Order. We start with questions. The Minister for Women and Equalities. The Minister for Women and Equalities.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker. Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will take questions 1 and 12
Conversion practices are abuse. They cause long-lasting harm.
and they have no place in our society. We will bring our comprehensive trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices as soon as possible. For the House. As soon as possible.
Mr. Speaker, LGBT rights campaigners have warned that the government's continued delay on banning conversion practices is dangerous and leaves vulnerable people without protection. Every month of delay leaves people exposed to practices the government itself accepts as abusive. Will the Minister now set out a clear timeline and give a clear commitment that the government will not drag its heels on these any longer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've just said, conversion practices are abusive and we will ban them. All LGBT people deserve to live freely and without fear, shame or discrimination. This legislation is a priority for the government as set out in the King's Speech.
Curtis.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. The recent BBC report that more than 250 people shops in subjected to elections between 1965 and 1963 in an attempt to change their sexual preferences and gender identity, serves to legislate in this area. And I'm proud the government is committed to trans-inclusive ban on trans-inclusive. Can she assure me that the government will legislate on this as quickly as possible and will she meet with me to discuss this further?
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Being gay or trans is not an illness. The so-called treatments reported by the BBC are abhorrent, and my thoughts are with abusive conversion practices are still happening today, and we will bring forward our draft legislation to ban them as soon as possible, and of course be delighted to meet my honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Secretary's puberty blocker trial of many young lesbians, putting them on a pathway to irreversible changes and a lifetime. What are the Minister's plans to stop state-sanctioned conversion therapy?
Young people with gender incongruence need access to high quality, safe and effective care. We are following the evidence on the care for these children is lacking, and propose this research to help provide this. We're now setting up clinical trials as recommended by Baroness Space. We need to support vulnerable young people. We need to support vulnerable young people.
Committee, Sarah Owen. Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Owen.
LGBT community, and particularly trans people, have many reasons to be fearful. Even though the government committed to delivering a conversion therapy bill. Trust will the Minister tell us whether this bill is on target to come before, and if so, will she outline the details of and what involvement there will be from the LGBT plus community?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognise the significant anxiety felt by many trans people at the moment, felt by many trans people at the moment, and I was clear as the Supreme Court was that are enshrined in law, and trans people deserve to live their lives with dignity, with respect, and without shame. We are committed to delivering the trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices as per the King's Speech, alongside strengthening LGBT hate crime laws and improving trans health care.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Background should never be a barrier to getting on. That's why we're expanding Breast Stop Family Hubs, rolling out free breakfast clubs, expanding childcare and delivering on our moral mission by scrapping the two-child limit, by scrapping the two-child limit, where every child has the opportunity to succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with the 93% Club to hear more about the Vital Club, to address the impact of social class on young people's career. I welcome our Labour government steps to widen opportunities for lower socioeconomic backgrounds, such as the government's match funding for criminal Secretary of State outline what other action this Labour government is taking to level the playing field so that young people and across the country can access opportunities regardless of their background.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who has long campaigned on this mission of this Labour government is to ensure that background is no barrier free school meals. That's why we're expanding free school meals, introducing a new youth child limit, and introducing a new youth guarantee for disadvantaged students. And of course, we're also rolling out free breakfast clubs. And it was brilliant to visit Denby Primary School with her. And it was brilliant to visit Denby Primary School with her to see that open.
Earlier this year I attended an amazing event at Dorset Museum called In My Shoes for Care Experience. And they explained
Miriam Davis.
The founders of the Cambridge University Society of Women, Maeve, Serena and Thea, are in the gallery today. They are backing free speech in safe, women-only spaces and discussing women's concerns, pornography, female genital mutilation and misogyny. Mr. Speaker, would the Secretary of State agree that if the Labour government is to achieve its said mission of breaking down barriers to opportunity, it should never be controversial for a university society to champion women's rights?
Mr. Speaker, I have long campaigned and supported women's rights where it comes to the ability of women to meet together, to discuss the issues that matter to them, and also to have safe spaces for women, including around domestic violence. I used to run a women's refuge. I know how important it is that women have safety and security and are able to heal from trauma. But I would say to the right honourable lady, we are having to address major challenges where it comes to violence against women and girls. Their record on this is shameful. We saw perpetrators let off, we saw crimes not go punished, and where it comes to rape in particular, it was all but decriminalised under her government.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that everyone, including trans people, can access services that meet their needs, and I take that seriously. We are absolutely committed to upholding the Equality Act's protections that allow trans people to live free from discrimination and harassment. We are carefully considering the EHRC's draft updated code and ensuring that the proper processes are followed.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. I have very vulnerable constituents who have raised concerns about the draft EHRC guidance on transgender people. Many are scared and fear rising transphobia and discrimination. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that we protect the rights and dignity of everyone in society and support those groups who work with those vulnerable trans people?
I'm deeply sorry to hear about my honourable friend's constituents. On the wider issue she raises, it is of course vital that everyone, including trans people, can live free from harassment and discrimination and can access appropriate services. That's why we are carefully considering the EHRC's draft updated code, making sure the proper processes are followed. And of course the Equality Act upholds safeguards for trans people, and we are committed to it.
Christine Jolly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Secretary of State's clarification. But with organisations like Girl Guiding UK and Women's Institute now saying that they have been forced to exclude the trans community against their will, how soon can we expect this guidance which the Secretary of State says is being considered?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, I welcome the clarity of the Supreme Court ruling. Providers should follow it. The EHRC have given me a draft code of practice. We're working through it. It is a lengthy document, and we will take this further as soon as we can.
Mohammed Yassin.
Oh, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 4, 8 and 11 together. Our work to halve violence against women and girls in the course of a decade started the day that we entered government. We have already announced a series of cross-government measures to tackle these crimes, including launching our domestic abuse protection orders, which have already protected over 1,000 victims of domestic abuse since they were launched last November. Our transformative cross-government approach will be underpinned by a new strategy, which we will publish as soon as possible.
Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, Bedfordshire's Police and Crime Commissioner is working hard to deliver government's mission to halve violence against women and girls, tackling complex domestic abuse cases and driving a 250% increase in case law disclosures. Yet women and girls face serious online harms, including violent pornography, highlighted by Vanessa Burton and Ofcom. Given the link between online misogyny and real-world violence, what action will the government take to ensure tech companies properly protect women and girls from serious online harms?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that really important question. Making the online environment a safer place for women and girls is a priority for this government, and it is this government that is outlawing depictions of strangulation and pornography. It is this government taking action to tackle violence against women and girls in all its places. The Online Safety Act has placed a requirement on tech platforms to proactively tackle the most harmful illegal content, much of which disproportionately affects women and girls, including from harassment and intimate image abuse. Ofcom have recently published guidance outlining further steps that services can take to make platforms safer for women and girls, but we are also developing a wider strategy in order to tackle this further.
Jessica Tull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shut It Down is an organisation set up by 2 teachers at Winton and Glenmore Academies in my Bournemouth West constituency. It aims to prepare teachers for the tough conversation and work with male pupils to tackle misogyny and promote positive masculinity and healthy relationships. So can the Minister tell me what more she and her department can do to support projects like this and tackle the culture of violence against women and girls at the earliest possible stages?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. Shut It Down and organisations like it are a brilliant tool. Schools should be a place where everyone feels safe and valued, and we want to counter misogynistic views by schools by teaching boys about respect, empathy and equality, Mr. Speaker. We will support teachers on how to deliver the revised statutory guidance on relationships, sex and healthy education, which strengthens consent on healthy relationships with free resources available, and we will be piloting a teacher training grant in 2026.
Sir Oldham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the final day of the United Nations 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, which focus primarily on ending digital violence against women and girls. The domestic abuse charity Refugee has experienced a 62% increase in referrals of technologically facilitated abuse from last year. This abuse can take the form of stalking via tracking devices, non-consensual sharing of intimate images and recording devices being used by abusers to monitor victims. So will the Minister confirm what steps she's taken with the Home Secretary to help tackle violence against women and girls with specific reference to technologically facilitated abuse?
The Honourable Lady is right, and Refuge do brilliant work in supporting victims of tech-based abuse. I've been there to their offices, I've seen their team working really hard on this. This government is determined to have a cross-government approach to this. I'm working really closely with the Home Office, DCIT, looking at how we can really get to the grips with this. We'll be publishing our cross-government Vogue strategy imminently, and there will be a specific reference on tech abuse in that strategy.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government's dithering on grooming gangs has gone on for so long that it's now unlikely that any report into what's happened will be published before the next general election. So does the Minister think that this is acceptable, and will she commit to publishing interim findings before the next general election?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the grooming gang scandal was one of the darkest moments in this country's history, with vulnerable young people being failed time and time again. The Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and I are determined to finally get victims and survivors the answers that they need. And it was he, the Prime Minister, who brought the first ever major prosecution on the Asian grooming gangs. It was this government that implemented the statutory inquiry recommendations, and it is this government that has issued a national inquiry, and we will get on with supporting victims and girls.
Nick Goldman, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House agrees that women's safety is of paramount importance. In my constituency of Chelmsford, the City Council has helped to develop a women's safety charter, with local premises pledging their commitment to a range of training of staff to consider and prioritise women's safety as standard. The evidence shows that overwhelming perpetrators of violence against women and girls are not strangers, as some may have us believe, but they are men already known to their victims. So would the Minister agree with me that women's safety will be addressed best not through stoking division and fear, but instead supporting and funding initiatives like Chelmsford City Councils, where the real work to protect women and girls is done?
Thank you. I totally agree with the Honourable Lady, and can I commend Chelmsford Council's work in this regard. If we're really going to halve the levels of violence against women and girls over the course of a decade, this isn't just going to be for government departments in Whitehall to tackle. This needs everyone across the country taking action. Local initiatives like the one in Chelmsford doing great work, and I encourage all local councils and local businesses to get involved to change that culture, to really drive forward what we need in order to tackle this abuse.
Rachel Bassett.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and data about tribunal cases will continue to be collected in the usual way. We know that disabled people are more likely to be impacted by unfair dismissals. Employees already have day one protections against discrimination, and recent developments in the Employment Rights Bill do not change that protection. This government is absolutely committed to supporting disabled people to thrive at work, including by introducing disability pay gap reporting and stronger flexible working rights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Equality Act applies, we know that workers are often made unfairly dismissed as a result of the limit coming in at 2 years currently, 1 year under the last Labour government, and we know we're reducing it to 6 months, but the risk of disabled workers, ethnic minority workers and young workers being dismissed still holds. So will the government monitor unfairly dismissed workers under 6 months to ensure that their protected characteristics are not a feature for dismissal?
I thank my honourable friend for her tireless campaigning on this important issue. It is right that we ensure disabled people are protected at work. She may also wish to approach the Ministry of Justice as the department which collects data on protected characteristics across employment tribunals.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, many ladies, when they're dismissed unfairly, feel that they've been dismissed unfairly, whereas men would not have found themselves in that position. When it comes to equality, it's really important that ladies feel they get the same opportunity and the same fairness within the law. How can the Minister ensure that that happens for ladies as against the present system, which seems to be unfairly dismissed towards them?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and he is absolutely right. Everybody should be able to feel able to work without fear of discrimination, and he is right that we must make sure, and we do make sure, that the law protects all.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 6 and 13 together. Gender equality isn't just the right thing to do, it is imperative to unlock growth. A 5% increase in female employment could boost the economy by up to £125 billion every year. That's why we're backing women in work and those starting businesses by supporting the Invest in Women Code, expanding access to flexible working, funding childcare for working families, and ensuring employers have a plan to reduce their gender pay gap.
Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you. In Gratian, we have some fantastic small businesses led by women across a diverse sector of businesses, such as House of Layla, Nails Caf, More Care Services, Enbridge Consulting, Mercedes and For Girlies, alongside many more in Gratian. Will the Minister recognise the importance of women-led businesses to the local economy and economic empowerment, and set out how this government is going to support women leaders thrive?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to join my honourable friend in recognising the fantastic women-led businesses in Gravesham and the impact that women-led businesses have on our communities and our economy. DBT's Venture Capital Unit has recently launched its second female founder cohort, and government-backed initiatives such as the Women's Business Council, FTSE Women Leaders and the Invest in Women's Task Force, whose first anniversary I was proud to join the Chancellor in marking yesterday, are making a difference to make sure that Britain is the best place for women to start or grow their businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Danielle Stone, Northamptonshire's brilliant Police Fire Crime Commissioner, has just launched the Women's Charter, which brings together employers, community groups and the public sector to create safer workspaces for women across my constituency. Will the Minister join me in commending Danielle's work and set out what the government can do to encourage more partnerships like this across the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for sharing the work of the Northamptonshire Women's Charter and his commitment as well to tackling violence against women and girls. All employers have a duty to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace, and we're further strengthening this through the Employment Rights Bill. But statutory compliance on its own is not enough, and that's why we're engaging businesses, trade unions and civil society on improving workplace culture. Local initiatives like the Northamptonshire Charter are exactly the kind of partnership we want to see.
Cole Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister not agree that women would be more empowered in the workspace or on the sports field if their changing space or their toilets were not invaded by biological males?
She will be aware of the Supreme Court judgment, which gave clarity on this, and we do expect that all providers will follow that ruling.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Minister considered using all the government's levers in female-dominated low-paid sectors, including uprating the minimum wage and strengthening fair work standards in social care, early years and the cleaning industry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will be aware of the work that we are doing to make sure that we do support women in all ways that we can.
We're coming to stop it. Member Pettigal.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is reinforcing our commitment to championing the rights of disabled people. This month we celebrate Disability History Month, and we marked the International Day of Persons with Disabilities last week. And this year also marks the 30th anniversary of the Disability Discrimination Act. We will continue our work to boost opportunities for disabled people, including through developing our plan for disability, which will outline our priorities for removing barriers for disabled people.
Member Pettigal.
Mr. Speaker, women in rural areas often have to travel long distances to reach a refuge, a police station or basic support services. What assessment has the Minister made of the impact these distances have on safety of victims of domestic abuse, and what action is being taken to close the rural support gap?
I do recognise the challenge that the Honourable Lady presents. That's why, through the development of our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, we've heard from victims in rural areas to understand what more is needed to make sure that they can access the services and the support that they need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Western Isles Women's Aid in my constituency helped 180 women last year. Their refuge is working at capacity, yet their funding is uncertain. That's why my fundraiser on Friday will raise funds for the organisation. Mr. Speaker, over 1,800 women reported domestic abuse in the Highlands 10 years ago. Last year, the figure was closer to 2,800. Does the Minister agree that in rural and island communities, it takes a lot of courage for women to report domestic abuse, even though, as we can see, the figures say there is no less incidents of domestic abuse?
I do agree with my honourable friend. It does take enormous courage to come forward, and there are additional barriers that women in rural communities can often experience. I do commend him for his fundraising efforts. Alongside that, we're investing more in support services for victims, and I hope that he will see, when we publish our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, that we've heard directly from those living in rural communities to understand what more is needed to put in place the support they require.
Secretary of State Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jennifer Melley, a black nurse with a faultless record, was racially abused by a convicted paedophile for correctly referring to his biological sex in a medical context. She was called the N-word multiple times in her workplace, and yet she was the one who was punished by her NHS Trust and the Nursing and Midwifery Council, and she is still suspended from the job she loves 18 months later. Does the Secretary of State agree that the dedicated nurses who are being punished for asserting that biological sex is real are facing a gross injustice? And will she meet with Jennifer to hear her story?
I'm grateful to the right honourable lady. No one should face racist abuse or violence in any workplace, and that includes within the NHS. As we've also seen with the Sandy Peggy case, coming to these decisions in a timely manner is incredibly important. I hope this matter can be resolved as swiftly as possible, and I would of course be happy to meet with Jennifer to hear her experiences.
Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Secretary of State doing that. Now, does the Secretary of State believe that an 8-year-old child with autism can consent to a medical pathway that will leave them infertile and without sexual function for the rest of their life? If not, will she tell the Health Secretary herself to stop this puberty blocker experiment, which will biologically castrate children?
Mr. Speaker, we are... Mr Speaker, we are implementing all of the recommendations of the CAS review. That also included establishing a clinical trial through the Pathways Trial Research Protocol, which has undergone a thorough independent review, has received all regulatory and ethical approvals. This was a recommendation that Baroness Cass brought forward, along with many others, and it's one that we are taking forward.
Russell.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker. There is a massive problem with childcare for mothers doing PhDs. Even if you are fully funded for your university research, essentially by the government, you will not be eligible for free childcare hours. This affects both parents. The average PhD stipend is just £15,000 a year, but the average nursery place is £12,500 a year. Will the Minister look into this?
Mr Speaker, I'd be happy to discuss this further with my honourable friend. We are committed to reviewing childcare support and making sure it is accessible and simple for families. Of course, PhD students are not eligible for some elements of support, but depending on income, may be eligible for certain hours. But also, student parents are eligible for the universal 15 hours of early free education, and this is available also to all 3- and 4-year-olds, regardless of family circumstances.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Sarah Aldey.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the whole House will join me in sending our deepest sympathy and condolences to the family and loved ones of Lance Corporal George Hooley of the Parachute Regiment, who died yesterday in Ukraine. Lance Corporal Hooley was injured in a tragic accident away from the front lines while observing Ukrainian forces testing a new defensive capability. His life was full of courage and determination. He served our country with honour and distinction around the world in the cause of freedom and democracy, including as part of the small number of British personnel in Ukraine. Mr Speaker, I place his name on record today to express our gratitude and respect, and to affirm that his service will never be forgotten. Yeah. Mr Speaker, on Monday I hosted President Zelensky, President Macron and Chancellor Merz in Downing Street. We must redouble our efforts. The UK, Europe and our allies will stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, stand up to Putin's aggression, and work to deliver a just and lasting peace. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Sir Aldey.
Mr Speaker, a couple in my constituency fled persecution from the Egyptian authorities, who accused them of being traitors and terrorists due to their work as professional journalists. They gained refugee status here in 2021 and are now 3 months away from being eligible for indefinite leave to remain. The UK is their home, but their stability and family life are being threatened by changes in government policy. I'm concerned that the government has lost sight of the real-life impact that these changes will have on working families living here legally, and with details of transitional arrangements still under consultation, can the Prime Minister provide clarity regarding the transitional support available to families already on the pathway to indefinite leave to remain? Thank you.
Well, can I say this country will always be compassionate in relation to refugees and comply with our full obligations under the various conventions. It is important that we address some of the challenges we face at the moment, but we mustn't lose sight that we've always been a compassionate country that welcomes refugees to our shores.
Rachel Reeves.
Mr Speaker, while the last government was indifferent to child poverty, this government's driving mission must be to eradicate child poverty, and the strategy is a first step on that path. Over the first 1,001 critical days in pregnancy and early years, poverty contributes to malnourished babies, developmental delay, hypothermia and poor life outcomes. This is unacceptable. So will the Prime Minister lift pregnant women and babies out of poverty in York and across the country in this Parliament and ensure that we relieve poverty over the first 1,001 critical days?
Can I thank her for raising this? And I'm proud that babies born today will have a better start in life thanks to our decisions. Mr Speaker, I am particularly concerned by maternity services, And that's why we've commissioned a review, so every mother is heard, gets proper care at what should be a special time, and currently too many are failed. We're funding Healthy Babies services in 75 of the most deprived areas, and we've taken action to save parents up to £500 a year on infant formula. It is a moral mission of this government to lift children out of poverty, and we intend to do so. The Leader of the Opposition thinks that maternity pay is excessive and would go back to the failment that puts hundreds of thousands of children into poverty.
Kevin Baden, not the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I echo the sentiments of the Prime Minister? The thoughts of the whole House will rightly be with the family of Lance Corporal Hooley, who tragically died supporting Ukraine in her fight for freedom. Can the right honourable gentleman tell the House why are his own MPs describing him as a caretaker Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, my own MPs are very proud. We've just passed a budget which protected our public services and our NHS. No austerity which brought our NHS to the ground. We've created the condition for economic stability with the headroom we need. And, Mr. Speaker, we're concentrating on the single most important issue for families up and down the country, which is the cost of living, by taking £150 off their energy bills. That's in addition to the £150 for the 6 million of the poorest household. We're concentrating on what matters to the country. She's trying to save her job.
Mr. Speaker, let me answer the question for the Prime Minister. He's being called a caretaker because everyone can see that he's lost control of his party. And this lot, they're all so busy trying to replace him.
Order. Sorry? Can I just say the same people are making the same noises they made last week. I did say last week it wasn't the right time. I wouldn't do it this week. So please, let's not carry on with the way we left it last week. Kevin Baden.
Mr. Speaker, they can make as much noise as they like. We all know that this lot are so busy trying to replace him that they've taken their eyes off the ball. Let's start, Mr. Speaker. Wait for it. Let's start with the Energy Secretary, who wants to recycle himself as leader. He said he'd cut families' energy bills by £300. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how much have energy bills fallen by since the election?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say we're taking £150 off energy bills. I can also tell her that that's on top of the £150 we've taken off last year for the 3 million poorest families, now for 6 million poorest families. Mr. Speaker, she talks about leaving. The problem for us, last week,
Mr. May, I've told this side, I'll now tell this side. We don't need the pantomime auditions anymore, please.
Mr. Speaker, last week I pointed out that 3 of our ex-MPs went to reform. That included the former Deputy Chairman, Jonathan Gullis. He liked to think of himself as a straight talker. He said they're finished and they've lost the trust of the British people. In total, Mr. Speaker, 21 ex-Tory MPs have now left for reform. The real question, Mr. Speaker, is who's next? We can all see the Shadow Justice Secretary twitching after his come and get me plea from the member of Clacton. Mr. Speaker, we need no lessons from them.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him about energy bills. You could power the national grid on all of that hot air. He promised to cut energy bills by £300. Energy bills have risen by £187. But let's look at someone else who's making a mess. Let's look at the Education Secretary. Oh, there she is. Labour pledged to recruit 6,500 more teachers. So can the Prime Minister tell the House how many extra teachers are there since she became Education Secretary?
More than when they left office. I'm very proud to say so. We're in an upward trajectory. Oh, Mr. Speaker, they left our health service on its knees. They left our schools in a mess. They left our economy absolutely broken. They should be utterly ashamed of their record in service.
Wrong. Mr. Speaker, there are now 400 fewer teachers since she came into office. She's shaking her head. It's on the DFE website. Does she not check it once in a while? I can understand that the Right Honourable Lady is angry. We're all angry at the mess she's making. The Prime Minister doesn't know what's going on in energy. He doesn't know what's going on in education. Does he know anything about what's going on in the Home Office? Last year, the Prime Minister promised to recruit 13,000 more police officers. How's that going?
Prime Minister.
3,000 more by the end of March, and we're rising on police numbers. Mr. Speaker, they left the Home Office. The criminal justice system is utterly broken. Sir Brian Leveson has said on that. They lost control of our borders. They lost control of every single department. And she's obviously spent the morning rehearsing for the Liz Truss show. She's probably going to be the guest star next week. Both of them talking about how Liz Truss was 100% right. But what Liz Truss said was the Conservatives need to take... No, they don't want to hear it. The Conservatives need to take responsibility. The Conservatives need to take responsibility for their 14 years of failure. That was Liz Truss, their former leader. So perhaps she'll heed that, get up and say sorry.
Wrong again. I asked him how many police officers. There are now 1,300 fewer officers than at the election. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Home Secretary wants his job, but I do read that she's having conversations with Tony Blair because he's already given up on the Prime Minister. Why don't we talk about the Health Secretary? Let's see how he's doing. We do know he definitely wants the job. He said he'd end the doctor strikes. So can the Prime Minister tell the House how many appointments have been lost to strike action since last July?
Mr. Speaker, they left the NHS an absolute mess, with the highest waiting lists on record and the lowest confidence in the NHS ever. The Health Secretary said he would do 2 million extra appointments. He hasn't done 2 or 3 or 4. He's done 5 million extra appointments. That is because we invested in the NHS. What did they do? Having broken it, they voted against that investment. They should hang their heads in shame.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him how many appointments have been lost to strike action. He doesn't know. Let me tell him. We have lost 93,000 appointments to strikes since the Health Secretary gave doctors a massive pay rise. It's the truth. I know they wouldn't know the truth if it punched them in the face, but I'm telling them the truth. It is no wonder that we read this morning that the former Deputy Prime Minister has said about the Health Secretary she'd rather stick pins in her eyes than be on his golden ticket. And, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister congratulates himself on 5 million extra appointments. In our last year of office, we delivered 6.5 million extra appointments. Under Labour, Mr. Speaker, everything is getting worse. Jobs, bills, police numbers, teacher numbers, everything is getting worse. The Cabinet should be doing their own jobs. What are they doing? They're trying to compete for the caretaker's job. The only person who doesn't want the Prime Minister's job is the Chancellor. She's just trying to cling on to her own. Isn't it time, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister admits that Labour isn't working?
Mr. Speaker, she's living proof you can say whatever you like when nobody is listening to anything you have to say. There's absolutely no substance. She's no credibility on the economy. She still believes that Liz Truss was 100% right. She wants to go back to austerity with £47 billion of cuts. She thinks the minimum wage should be frozen too high. She's got no credibility on foreign policy. She complains about trade deals she tried to get and we got. She says that we should stay at home and not attend NATO or the G7. On issue after issue, she's clinging on to reform. That's not leadership, it's weakness. No wonder so many are leaving her party. They know there's absolutely no reason to stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of families are moving into new estates only to discover that basic infrastructure, roads, drains and sewers remain in limbo, unadopted by public authorities. In mid-Cheshire alone, 4,700 households, more than 12% of all properties in the constituency, face this uncertainty with no guarantee over maintenance, safety and future costs, often years after developers have walked away. Can the Prime Minister say what steps he will take to make adoption timely and enforceable so homeowners are not left carrying the burden of unfinished infrastructure?
Well, I thank him for raising this serious issue for his constituents and over 1.7 million homeowners across the country who are left at the mercy of unfair costs and poor management. I can confirm we're consulting on reforming the system to reduce private management of these estates and to protect more homeowners from unfair charges. That's a vital part of our leasehold reforms to protect homeowners from high cost and make sure everyone has the amenities that they need.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in offering our condolences to the family and friends of Lance Corporal George Hooley, who died on duty in Ukraine? Our thoughts and prayers are with them. Can I congratulate Glastonbury's Lando Norris on becoming the 11th British driver to win the Formula One World Championship, and also everyone at McLaren's in Woking who powered him to the title. Mr. Speaker, President Trump's new national security strategy is a deeply alarming document. Quite apart from the irony of President Trump accusing others of trampling on basic principles of democracy, it repeats far-right tropes of civilizational erasure and threatens that the US government will cultivate resistance in Europe. No wonder Vladimir Putin has welcomed that strategy. So will the Prime Minister pick up the phone and make it clear to President Trump that any attempts to interfere with our democracy are totally unacceptable?
Can I join him in congratulating Lando for the incredible win? I went down to Woking on Monday to see some of the team at McLaren, and they're all wearing the pride that brought with them. On the question of Europe and President Trump's comments, what I see is a strong Europe, united behind Ukraine and united behind our long-standing values of freedom and democracy, and I will always stand up for those values and those freedoms.
Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear about standing up to President Trump. And if we're going to stand up to President Trump, we do need to strengthen our ties with Europe, not just on defence, but on the economy too. And the truth is, this government will not succeed unless it gets our economy growing strongly again. And the best way to do that is a customs union with Europe. The Prime Minister's chief economic advisor knows it. The Deputy Prime Minister knows it. And yesterday, the Labour chair of the Treasury Select Committee showed she knows it too when she backed our bill. Does the Prime Minister fear that if he keeps opposing a customs union, in 12 months' time, he will not be standing there?
Mr. Speaker, we have got a close relationship with the EU through our reset earlier this year. And yes, I do want a closer relationship than the one we've got at the moment. We are moving towards that. We do have manifesto commitments on issues such as single market, customs union and freedom of movement. But I would gently point this out, that having now done significant trade deals with other countries, including the US and India, which are hugely important to the JLR workforce and on pharma, it is not now sensible to unravel what is effectively the best deal with the US that any country has got.
Sir Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working in NHS, I saw the consequences of Tory underinvestment in our health service. I welcome the progress under this Labour government, falling waiting lists, higher patient satisfaction with the general practice, and the rollout of neighbourhood health centres announced in the budget. I thank the frontline staff, including in mental health and community services, for all their hard work, and I am especially grateful to all the staff at the William Harvey Hospital in Ashford who turned up to work during the last BMA-led resident doctor strike and ensured that so many planned appointments went ahead. With rising hospital admissions because of flu and increased demand on A&E services, does the Prime Minister agree that the BMA should call off their next planned strike and instead work with the government to find a solution?
Well, Mr. Speaker is right. Waiting lists are falling with over 5 million extra appointments. More people are being seen within 18 weeks, and we've hired 2,600 new GPs. That's real progress thanks to the hard work of NHS staff, backed by our record investment. I do think the strikes are unjustified, and they threaten that hard-won progress, and the focus should always be on patients.
Sybil Roberts.
He just said, the Prime Minister, he wanted a closer relationship with Europe, but then referenced the Labour Party manifesto. Wales has been hardest hit by Brexit. Exports are down by a third. When will he admit that the only solution to the chaos imposed by Brexit is to rejoin the customs union and the single market, or is he too afraid of what his party might say?
Mr. Speaker, I went to Solihull to see the JLR workforce before we got the deal with President Trump. They were worried sick that they were going to lose their jobs, and that would be a loss for them, their families and their communities. I took the call from President Trump when we got the deal in Solihull in JLR, so the first people I could tell were the workforce, who knew very well that that meant their jobs were safeguarded. We've also just done a deal on pharma, which is the first of its kind in the world and the best of its kind in the world. It is not sensible or fair to the JLR workforce or to the pharma sector to say, having achieved those things now, we should unravel them by discussion about a customs union. I just don't think it's a sensible way to take our country forward.
Justine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of the almost 1 million young people not in education, employment or training, hundreds of thousands are disconnected from the system entirely. Youth workers have a unique ability to bridge young people into support. I wouldn't be stood here today if I hadn't been supported by a youth worker called Russell when I dropped out of school. So will the Prime Minister use the National Youth Strategy to deliver a shared long-term vision for young people's outcomes, with good work as a central pillar and youth workers and trusted adults at its heart?
Well, I thank him for his question. The party opposite presided over a lost decade for our young people. I'm determined to support every young person to reach their potential. That's why we're delivering the first National Youth Strategy for 15 years to transform youth services, backed by over £500 million. Mr. Speaker, that means more youth workers, more youth centres and a network of 50 young future hubs. That's on top of our youth job guarantee and our plan to create 50,000 more apprenticeships. We're building a Britain for the next generation.
Saki Bhatti.
Mr. Speaker, over the coming weeks, millions of people from across the country will be visiting their local church. Churches are the custodians of our history and do enormous good. But in January, the government announced a £19 million cut to the listed places of worship grant, as well as putting a cap on the repair cost. This cut puts thousands of local churches at risk. And I say to the Prime Minister, if we lose our churches, we lose the very soul and essence of our communities and our country. So as we go into Christmas, will the Prime Minister do the right thing? He has 10 at risk in his own constituency. Will he reconsider this policy so that we can save our churches?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do support our churches and the work that those within our churches do, particularly in the lead up to Christmas, and I've got a reception for them in Downing Street this very afternoon.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before May's election, Reform in Kent promised that they would improve services and cut taxes. Instead, vital services to older people and those with a mental health condition provided by great organisations like Imago and Involve is to be cut, and taxes are going up. Would the Prime Minister agree with me on two things? That given the additional money for the county through the Fair Funding Review, it's beyond belief that Kent are cutting services that vulnerable people rely on, and that their so-called Doge unit, that we were told would eliminate waste, actually stands for deluded, overconfident, gormless and embarrassing.
Well, it sums up very well how his community have been utterly let down by reform. Whilst the member for Clacton is making excuses about his behaviour at school, look at what his party are doing across the country. Chaos in Kent. In Hampshire, their mayoral candidate says the Deputy Prime Minister, a black British man born in this country, should go back to the Caribbean. In Staffordshire, Reform's leader has been exposed as a white supremacist. It's not a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, because chaos and division is a member of Clacton's life work.
We're a hobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Bath, parents of children with special educational needs, often very complex needs, are crying out for special school places. Funding to build a brand new special school at that Culver Hay site in Bath was secured, but the government has frozen the funding for almost 18 months without any explanation, leaving many families in the lurch. How much longer do families and children with special educational needs have to wait for this vital new school?
Well, I thank you for raising this, and we are working closely with local authorities on plans for special and alternative provision-free schools. We are keen to progress this, and I'll make sure that ministers update her in her particular case. But we are determined to fix the SEND system that fails parents and fails children, and that's why we've launched a national conversation to put families at the heart of the lasting reform. We've already put money into extra new places, a language support, and Best Start family hubs being rolled out across every area from April.
Christine Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Blackburn, West Lothian, St Kentigern's Academy was part demolished due to RAC and is being rebuilt, costing £35 million. West Lothian Council found £20 million from its own stretched budget, but despite repeated pleas to the Scottish Cabinet Secretary for Education, who called it the most deserving case, funding has not been delivered. Will the Prime Minister back my call for the Scottish Government to urgently fund the £15 million shortfall and raise it with the First Minister in their next meeting?
Well, can I thank her, because she's fought for her constituents on this issue for years, and meanwhile decades of SNP cuts and broken promises have left schools crumbling. Mr. Speaker, what a contrast. By the end of this Parliament, every school in England will either be RAC-free or we will rebuild them entirely. We delivered the largest settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. So the question for the SNP is, after decades of decline, what is their excuse?
Dr. Luke Evans.
Mr. Speaker, I feel for the Prime Minister. It must be tough wherever he goes in the UK because of his policies. A pub, higher taxes. A restaurant, higher taxes. A cafe, higher taxes. A farm, higher taxes. A GP, higher taxes. A care home, higher taxes. A hospice, higher taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, is this the reason the Prime Minister chooses to spend so much time out of this country?
What a load of nonsense. Mr. Speaker, we are at a critical stage in progress in Ukraine that will affect Ukraine's sovereignty, the whole of Europe, and the values that we hold dear. We are part of one of the leading countries to strengthen NATO at a vital time for defence and security in Europe. And we've secured trade deals that they tried for years to achieve, but never did because of our international engagement. And we've got better relations with the EU, all of which is good for our country. Ridiculous question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The video games company Rockstar in my constituency last month fired 31 employees without providing evidence or union representation. The IWGB alleges union busting. Having met Rockstar, they failed to reassure me they are following employment law, and I share concerns about union busting. Given this government is responsible for the biggest increase in workers' rights in a generation, does the Prime Minister agree all companies, regardless of profit size, must follow UK employment law, and all workers have the right to join a union?
Well, it's a deeply concerning case. Every worker has the right to join a trade union, and we're determined to strengthen workers' rights and ensure they don't face unfair consequences for being part of a union. Ministers will look into the particular case that he raises and keep him updated.
Blake Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Digital ID is intrusive and fundamentally un-British. The government has no mandate for it. No sensible person believes it will tackle illegal immigration or illegal working. It's an attack on our open society and a staggering waste of taxpayers' money, isn't it?
Digital ID has huge benefits, as many countries in Europe are already demonstrating. And where they failed on our borders, we're taking control of our borders, and I'm proud that we're doing so.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will know that SEND is in crisis across the country, but it's in particular crisis in Suffolk, where the County Council is in special measures for its failings. I'm delighted that the government has listened to one of my asks, which is to have a national conversation about SEND, so parents, young people and their advocates can have their voices heard. Will the Prime Minister back my call to make sure that we deliver the funding for the former Saxmundham Set School in Saxmundham that closed its doors for the last time in 2024?
Can I thank her? I know she's a dedicated campaigner on this issue, and I'll make sure ministers update her on the latest progress in her constituency. Our ambition is to make sure all children with SEND have access to the right support. That's why we're working closely with local authorities to deliver places where they're needed most.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is always talking about the fair choices that it has made. But is it a fair choice to balloon the benefits bill? Is it a fair choice to introduce an unfunded and unwanted digital ID that will cost the public billions? And is it a fair choice to increase taxes on working people when the promise was not to? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. So can I ask the Prime Minister to consider one final... So can I ask the Prime Minister to give one final fair choice, thinking of food security and to avoid devastation for families across the country and reverse the family farm tax?
Mr. Speaker, welfare ballooned on their watch. When the Shadow Chancellor was responsible for welfare, it ballooned by £33 billion. They left a £22 billion black hole. The OBR reviewed and said they added £16 billion to that. We'll take no lecture from them on the economy.
Final question, Carl Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no denying that this government inherited a crisis in our criminal courts, with a number of cases waiting to be tried growing every single day. So if the Justice Secretary plan to do away with jury trials in some cases, not all, in some cases, is really about addressing the backlog and getting the position to something manageable, then why isn't there a sunset clause? And why has that been ruled out?
Well, he's absolutely right to draw attention to the crisis in our courts. Yes, he says. Sir Brian Leveson is one of our most respected senior judges. He did an independent report, and he made clear that we risk, in his words, total collapse of the criminal justice system without change. That is what they're chuntering at. That is what they left. A system near total collapse, where victims of sexual violence and rape wait years to get justice. That is not justice, that is victims failed. I can reassure him, and I know he feels very strongly on this, that juries will remain a cornerstone of our justice system for the most serious cases.
Mr. Robertson, I don't want shouting like that again. Do we understand each other? Okay. Right. That completes Prime Minister's questions. Yeah. Point of order, Rachel Blake.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Home Secretary has visited my constituency to make a political video for social media. He's undertaken videoed interviews with apparently no reference to the services available to tackle the issues that he's seeking to highlight. Mr. Speaker, I cannot accept his attempt to use the communities in Westminster and the City as a political football, and since before I was elected, I've campaigned for more local police officers and specialist outreach workers to tackle the very specific issues we're facing locally. And following my campaigning, the government has invested an additional £12 million into Westminster. And
I think we got the message. You're absolutely right with the first part. No, you don't go into full detail. You've made the point of order. The point of order is about somebody coming into another person's constituency. The answer is clear. Whichever side of the House are on, whichever party you might represent, you have to allow the Member of Parliament notice that you are coming in. We've had it before, we don't need it, we're quite a long way for general election, so I am disappointed. You should always be informed of somebody coming in. Please, respect each other. Point of order, John MacDonald.
I don't like doing this, Mr. Speaker, but I have to. I wrote on behalf of several members to the Secretary of State for Justice last Wednesday. It is in relation to the hunger strike that's taking place within our prisons at the moment by Palestine Action prisoners, some of whom now have been hospitalised. We wrote simply asking for a meeting with the Secretary of State. We've not received any response. I informed his office yesterday I'd be raising a point of order. We gave it another day. We still haven't had a response to that letter. This is a matter of urgency, and I would have expected at least the courtesy of some response, even if he's not willing to meet us.
Can I first of all say I thank the honourable member for raising his point. I always expect ministers to take seriously correspondence from members whichever side of the House. It is totally unacceptable. Not if I can't make a meeting happen, but I do expect people's correspondence to be dealt with quickly and effectively. What I would say is the Treasury bench, I hope, will be listening very carefully, and I hope that we'll make contact with the honourable member. It is, as I said, not acceptable. I'm getting more and more people complaining about ministerial correspondence. We even heard of one that took 12 months. It's not good enough. It's not acceptable. The ministerial teams need to get their act together and make sure members of Parliament, quite rightly, get a reply timely. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for what you just said in response to the point of order from the member for Hayes and Harlington. Is there any way that you could ensure that a minister comes to this House to give a statement about the hunger strikers in the prison? I visited one of them yesterday, and I am deeply concerned about what is going on in our prisons, where people are being held for an inordinate length of time on remand when they are being delayed their access to justice.
I cannot guarantee I'm not responsible for what goes on within this chamber. I'm here to keep good order. What I would say is, quite rightly, as another senior member raising a point of order, the Treasury bench will have hoped they would that. Who knows? It might be there are different ways, and you both know how to do it, in order to ensure that this is brought to the attention of the chamber. I will leave that with you, knowing with the experience between you, I'd hate to add up how many years, but I think between you, you know the answer to the question. Right. Point of order, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've looked through the agenda up until Christmas, and it appears that there is no opportunity for members to question either the police settlement or the local government settlement. Normally, there is a debate held, or at least a statement given on the floor of the House about both of these, so that members are able to question those. I understand that it seems to be the government's intention to put a written ministerial statement about this on the last day of Parliament, not giving us an opportunity to challenge. Given that local authorities are finalising their budgets for next year at the moment, they need to know how much funding they're going to get from the government. So could you use your good offices to encourage the government to actually come forward with at least a statement?
Can I just say, quite rightly, the point has been raised. Once again, I expect the Treasury bench to have taken it over. What I would say, as I said previously, there are other mechanisms that you may wish to consider using. I could see the shock horror of the opposition chief whip when you said it. You know, I was absolutely overwhelmed by the shock that came out. But allowing that to rest, I do take seriously. This House should hear it. A WMS is not the answer on something so serious. So let me say, Treasury Bench should have heard it, we shouldn't shy away from this House. In fact, we should always come to the House first. I can't say it more than what I do. At some point, I would suggest once again that the ministerial code needs to be changed if people aren't going to take it seriously. Right, on that, we will now lead it. We've now got presentation of bill. Sarah Dyke.
Reindeer licensing for exhibition bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of January 2026.
Friday the 16th of January 2026. Thank you. Right, we now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the collection and publication of data on immigration status, nationality and country of birth of certain persons relating to users of certain public services, claimants of certain benefits, the prison population and arrests, to require that such data is published at least once per calendar year, to require the Secretary of State to review the quality and consistency of any such data collected and published, and for connected purposes.
Hear, hear.
I firmly believe that for nearly 3 decades, migration to this country has been too high and remains so. Every election-winning manifesto since 1974 has promised to reduce migration. And yet, since 1997, with the unsurprising exception of 2020, net migration has run at more than 100,000 people per year. Like governments before it, the last government promised to reduce migration. As my right honourable friend, the member for North West Essex, has said, it failed to do so. To paraphrase my honourable friend, the member for West Suffolk, mass migration is the single biggest broken promise in British politics and the single biggest reason that trust in our politics is in such short supply.
Yeah.
But whatever we believe, it is an objective fact that our national conversation around immigration is often hampered by shockingly poor data, when that data even exists at all. My honourable friend, the member for Harborough, Oadby and Wigston, has worked for years to highlight this problem. As the Migration Observatory, a group of academics at the University of Oxford, noted just last week, migration data is plagued by gaps and quality issues which reflect structural and long-term problems with data silos, disorganised databases and failures to keep complete records. All in all, the Migration Observatory identified 10 areas of public policy which a lack of high-quality migration data is currently undermining. All of this starts with the fundamental question: how many people are in this country and who are they? And the truth is that we do not know. Remarkably, the United Kingdom does not have a proper system of entry and exit checks. We do not record the number of people actually arriving in the country or the number of people actually leaving. The migration figures that we see published every year are just best guesses.
Exactly.
When people do arrive here, we don't have comprehensive data on exactly where they've come from or where in the country they might be moving to. Our best guess for this comes once a decade at the census, but given the scale and pace of migration since the last census in 2021, this information will now almost certainly be hopelessly out of date. Recently, we saw the Office for National Statistics issue new figures on net migration for 2024. Using these new methods, the ONS now thinks that emigration of British nationals had been underestimated by 2/3 of a million people between 2021 and 2024. For years, policy in this country was made on the basis of the old guess, which showed British national immigration running at below average. These new figures invite serious questions about why so many British nationals, the vast majority of them young, are leaving this country. And yet, for years, the official data showed that there was no such problem, and so the conversation in this place never proceeded beyond the level of anecdote. When people do arrive here, we know far too little about them. We don't know the number of foreign criminals who've been awarded visas since 2021 or where they've come from. We don't have the full information on how many people move between the asylum system and the formal legal migration system. In the case of EU migrants, we don't know why these people are coming here or how many of them already have EU settled status. All of this concerns to this country. When it
combination of migrants who are already here, our understanding is even worse. 2020, data about income tax and national insurance contributions broken down by nationality. We have no such data by visa type, little data on the of migrants by immigrant type or nationality following the collapse of the labour force survey. We don't know the immigration status of benefits claimants and universal credit, which makes up about half of our working age benefit spend. When it comes to universal credit, we don't have detailed nationality data on claimants. We don't know how much migrants are costing this country in legal aid or in translation of eligible foreign nationals are receiving. Total cost in any definition of migrants pre and post indefinite leave to remain state, number of people arrested by nationality, the immigration status of prisoners, or the number of people sentenced but not imprisoned by nationality. The indicative data that we do have about migrant crime has been obtained via Freedom of Information Act requests and is often incomplete or disputed. Because it is not released on a consistent basis, it is also very hard to assess over time. Yet, in the absence of any alternative, this is the basis on which we must conduct the debate. We have no information at all on the nationality or immigration status of those referred to prevent, a glaring gap in our ability to combat extremism. And all this, everything that I've said, relates only to the UK's legal population. We do not have, and have not had for some time, a credible estimated figure about the number of people who are in this country illegally. There has been no official attempt to combine data sets we could use, utility usage, health restrictions, census data, grocery purchases, to establish this number. So we cannot know what pressure this might be putting on public services or on infrastructure, and we cannot properly assess how much money needs to be invested into our border force and immigration enforcement. We don't have any information about internal deportation targets within immigration enforcement and border force and what proportion of those targets are being met. We don't know what happens to asylum seekers who've been refused asylum but have not been returned to their home countries. We don't know how often and in what context human rights-based claims are made to thwart removal and how often those claims are successful, particularly as we don't yet have access to the judgments of the first-tier immigration tribunal. How can we possibly have a well-informed conversation about illegal migration without a full understanding of the facts? Those of us who wish to end the era of mass migration are often the loudest voices in calling for more data. Yet those who believe that this period of mass migration has been a good thing for our country should be the biggest supporters of more comprehensive and accurate data on the impact of migration. We are often told, including in this House, that the British people have been misled or misinformed about the true impact of immigration on our country, that mass migration has in fact been better for this country than many believe. If that is the case, then let us see it in the data. If, as many members on the benches opposite and to my left may claim, the majority of migrants are a net fiscal positive, then let us see it in the data. If, in fact, migrants are no more likely to commit crime than British nationals, then let us see it in the data. Based on the indicative data that we do have, I believe this is exceedingly unlikely. But until we have access to the full facts, the conversation about migration in this place and across our country will necessarily fall short. There is no good reason to oppose a better informed national conversation around immigration. More data and evidence would allow us to make better decisions about who should be allowed to come to and stay in our country and in what numbers. It would allow us to truthfully assess the impact of different migrant groups, moving us on from generalisations about the whole of migration and towards a more productive conversation about the relative contributions of specific migrant groups by nationality and visa type. And most importantly of all, it would provide transparency for the British people and enable more detailed scrutiny of any government's policy on migration. In countries like Denmark, where migrant contribution data is published regularly, the government trusts its citizens to consider the data, consider their policies, and, in turn, to make up their own minds about whether or not they support the action being taken. After decades of broken promises, this is the very least the British people deserve: the right and ability to scrutinise in full the migration policy of their elected government. I sincerely hope that ministers in the Home Office and across government will recognise this and will work with the ONS to produce a more comprehensive and accurate data set in the years ahead. Immigration policy cannot be set in isolation. The people living in this country are this country, and so the flow of people coming here necessarily has an impact on every area of our lives. Governments do not exist independently of the nations that they govern, and nations do not exist independently of the people who constitute them. They are, wholly and entirely, a result of those people, their collective contributions and their collective failings. Immigration policy, therefore, is upstream of our public finances, the health of our public services, the cost of housing, the quality of our schools, the population of our prisons, the cohesion of our communities, and the strength of our democracy. The very least that we can do when discussing an issue of such enormous importance is to ensure that public policy is properly informed by the full facts.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Neil O'Brien, Chris Philp, Claire Coutinho, Matt Vickers, Sarah Ball, Lewis Cocking, Jack Rankin, Harriet Cross, Peter Bedford, Andrew Snowden, Bradley Thomas, and myself, Mr. Speaker.
Katie Lamb.
Data Publication and Quality, Immigration, Nationality and Country of Birth Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of January.
Friday the 16th of January. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on seasonal work. I inform the House that I have selected the amendment tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I now call the Opposition spokesperson to move the motion. Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, and I beg to move the motion as stated on the order paper in my name and others, Mr. Speaker. Last year's budget, with its increases in national insurance, increases in business rates and inflation-busting pay rises, led to more than 180,000 job losses because it increased the cost of labour. Most economists, and indeed most sensible people, understand that when you increase the price of something, there is less demand for it. By increasing the cost of jobs, Labour caused unemployment. And yet this year, fully aware of rising unemployment, the Chancellor remarkably came back for more. And with her colleagues in the Cabinet, she is imposing even more costs on business through the unemployment bill, with more regulations and a whole new set of taxes, like the tourism tax. These decisions will do even more damage, snatching the opportunity of a first job, a seasonal job, or an entire career from young people and indeed people of all ages. Yes, indeed.
Particularly on the tourism tax, there was a question I posed to the government only a couple of months ago when the Minister said, and I quote, that we think they've been taxed enough. Is it a surprise to this side of the House, then, that we see a tourism tax is being brought forward?
Yes, indeed, my honourable friend's making an important point, because I was here to hear that. Not only did he say there were no plans to bring in a tax, but clearly there were, because a few weeks later one was brought in, but he did say that the sector's been taxed enough. Well, I agree with that, Minister. I don't, therefore, agree with the Chancellor. Now, of course, not content with the damage to businesses and jobs done in last year's budget, the Chancellor this year decided to go even further in her latest budget and went for the pockets of working people directly by making them pay more tax, a clear manifesto breach. Working people are paying the price for this government's inability to tackle the ballooning welfare bill and their inability to control their unions and their backbenchers. The budget wasn't about the economy, it was all about internal party management. It is appalling that we have a Chancellor who appears to be willing to see thousands of our constituents losing their jobs, as long as she saves hers. In short, the budget was a £26 billion tax hike on working people in order to pay for Labour's welfare spending. Last year's budget destroyed jobs. This latest one disincentivised work. It takes a special kind of incompetence to destabilise both the demand and the supply of labour simultaneously. But this government has somehow managed to do just that. Indeed.
Right, isn't the truth here that we have a government that's got no business experience and thinks that you can simply push the costs down to business, squeeze and squeeze them, and they'll pass the prices on to customers? They'll have no customers, there'll be no businesses, there'll be no jobs.
Absolutely, my right honourable friend's making a really important point. It's quite remarkable following the budget to hear Labour MPs go to their constituents saying, oh, we've helped you out, we've reduced the costs. Talk to them, they'll find it was the very opposite of that. Yep.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. He, like me, would have been out in our constituency speaking to small businesses, and I'm sure Labour MPs would have been over the weekend too. A local publican told me that she was going to have to lay off staff in January because of the extra taxes that this Chancellor came back for. More taxes that she said she wouldn't do since the last budget. I just wonder whether the Shadow Secretary of State had those experiences in hospitality businesses that employ particularly young people.
Sir Secretary of State.
Yes, my honourable friend again is absolutely correct. The hospitality sector has been particularly hard hit by Labour's damaging economic policies. Many of us out on Small Business Saturday spoke to many of those businesses, and unfortunately, I think UK hospitality fear that there could be a further 100,000 job losses because of their policies.
I'm most grateful to him. Could I draw his attention to Matt Allen, who runs the Cricketers and 2 other pubs in my constituency, who is devastated by this budget, having been clobbered last year with the NIC increases, but that our policy of relieving smaller businesses and high street businesses of business rates would make all the difference. And could you persuade the government to adopt that policy in this debate?
Well, exactly. I suspect during today's debate we'll hear many names of great pubs. I'll try and visit as many of them as I can, as long as they still survive, indeed. But he is absolutely right. There is an alternative course of action here. There is a conservative, pro-business economic policy that we can advocate. And I'll come on to some of the numbers later on in my speech and show the appalling impact, in particular, on pubs. So, certainly, yeah.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, and yes, I was out, like many I'm sure of my colleagues on these benches, talking to small high street businesses in my constituency in Saltaire specifically, and for many of them the permanent reduction in business rate announced by the Chancellor is very welcome, and they are not hit by property revaluations and will be getting reductions in their business rates and welcome the levelling of the playing field with the online giants. How would he be proposing to pay for his party's unfunded proposals?
Yeah, I suggest the Honourable Lady talk to those constituents again, and I don't think you have to be a sparkling economist to work out that when something's gone up, it's higher. It's not lower. They're not getting a permanent reduction in business rates. The numbers are going up. That's basic economics and facts. And of course, I'll just make a little bit of progress and then I'll give way to the honourable gentleman. So in its part-time, seasonal and temporary workers, young workers and people in sectors such as food production, tourism, retail and hospitality are particularly being hit. But we perhaps should not be surprised for this, as many honourable members have already pointed out. Labour just don't understand economics, they don't understand business and they don't understand incentives. I'll give way to my honourable friend first of all.
Can I thank the Shadow Minister for bringing this forward? This is an incredibly important debate, and government, with respect to government, has a lot to answer in the points that are put forward. Can I put a point on the Northern Ireland agri-food sector in particular? The licensing process, how they bring people in, is so laborious, it's putting people off. It means that when we need the workers in the agri-food sector, we're not getting them. So the Honourable Gentleman is right to put forward the case for hospitality. Can I put forward the case for the Northern Ireland agri-food sector, who are also under great pressure, and this system from government will disadvantage them?
Absolutely. The Honourable Gentleman is making a really important point here because, of course, we see the particular hard hit where the numbers are easily available in the hospitality sector, and there's a lot of reports gone out about the job losses there. But the whole sectors, multiple sectors, will be hit by these changes. The Honourable Gentleman has also pointed out it's not just the tax hit, it's the regulatory burden. And I say just reinstates this point. This government doesn't understand business. Yes.
Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank you for giving way. In 2023, just under 4,600 licensed premises closed down right across the UK. Was the 2024 Labour budget to blame for that?
No, the pandemic was largely to blame for that, which is precisely why, in order to recover from the pandemic, this government's spent £400 billion to help save lives and livelihoods, including supporting the hospitality sector. So I'm afraid I don't accept the premise there. Now, few members of the Cabinet, of course, have ever worked in the private sector, and I don't think any of them have actually run their own business. Maybe one. The Honourable Gentleman, perhaps he can correct me.
Party opposite will know my background and work career, because I mentioned I used to be a teacher every single time. I would just ask the gentleman to consider the fact that many members of his party talk about education and they haven't been teachers. Would he not recognise that actually, as members of Parliament, we come here taking with us the experience of people that we speak to? He spoke about the fact that members opposite get out and speak to businesses. Would he not recognise that we come to this House with the experiences of those people we represent? So the argument that because we haven't ever worked in a business that we can't talk about business is a nonsense.
Chris.
You may not have to work in business, but I do expect every member of Parliament to come to this House and advocate for business. Yes, good way.
It was a wonderful scene, as my honourable friend will remember, to see the King and the President of the United States sit down at the Windsor only recently. And what was particularly striking was on the British side, only the King had run a business. He ran the Duchy of Cornwall. Nobody else had run a business. On the American side, everybody had run a business. Isn't that quite a stark identification?
Absolutely, and I think the right honourable gentleman again is correct. You know, having people who run a business is good for government. I'm sorry to hear the honourable members opposite don't believe that their cabinet would be better if there were a few more pro-business people in them. I can assure him most of his constituents agree so. I'll give way. Yeah.
I do thank the honourable gentleman. I do have some affection for him. And he has a lovely smile. But on that same point, can you tell me how many members of the shadow cabinet, or indeed any one of the opposition MPs who serve on their front bench, have ever had to sustain a long-term position on a low-paid, insecure work, raising a family? Because those voices are equally important in this debate.
Yeah. I have a great deal of affection for the honourable gentleman as well. We go back quite a long way from when we were elected. I will tell him, and it's one thing that actually I think on both sides of this House we do need to recognise. There are people on both sides of this House who come from quite poor backgrounds, from modest backgrounds, and actually trying to play that as if this benches are all full of posh people and the opposition benches are not is simply not true. And I think the honourable gentleman is doing disservice to the House to try and give an alternative impression. Yes.
One state school boy to another state school boy, and the first of our families to go to university. Would you agree with me that we all have gaps in our knowledge, understanding and experience? But the way that you fill them is that you ask the people who practice in that sector, listen to what they have to say, don't just tell them they're wrong, that you're right because you're the government, and change when the facts urge a change upon you.
Again, the honourable gentleman put it incredibly well, and to say it's the onus of all of us in this place to make sure we do listen, we do learn, and we advocate on behalf of those who are making. I'll give way one more time, and then I'll make a little bit of progress. Yeah.
Antonia Banks.
Thank the honourable member for giving way, and I think with affection the times that we've sat together on the Politics Midlands sofa while we're being nice to the honourable member. I wonder if he would tell us, for the benefit of the House, how many 0 hours workers he's spoken to in the preparation of his speech today.
Come on, sir.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few 0 hour workers, and I can tell you many of them are not happy with the policy because you're going to make some of them unemployed. Right. So As I said, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that we do know about Labour, of course, is that they do know how to spend other people's money. They just have no idea how it's created, how wealth is created, how the money that pays for our public services is generated in the first place. But they certainly know how to tax and spend. We've seen tax increases of £66 billion in just 2 budgets and tens of billions of pounds in additional debt. As Margaret Thatcher said, the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. I'll give way to
very well. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Honourable members on the opposition.
Sorry, Mr. Hall, your voice is carrying, and I don't need to hear it. Johnson.
It didn't carry all the way to me.
It carried to me. That's why I'm defending your
Exactly,
speech.
Mr. Speaker. Exactly, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman and honourable and right honourable members on the opposition benches often talk about wealth creators. Now, of course, business people are wealth creators. Entrepreneurs are wealth creators. But would you agree with me that wealth is also created by the public services that we need, by the infrastructure that we need, and that has to be paid for?
Sir Secretary of State.
I think the honourable gentleman's final words are quite, how are they paid for? The top 1% of income taxpayers in this country pay 29% of all income tax. There are estimates that Labour government policies have led to 16,000 of the wealthiest people in this country leaving. That's the equivalent of 1/3 to 500,000 of average taxpayers. The burden, therefore, is spread on the others. So instead of demonising some of the wealthiest people who pay incredibly and make an incredible contribution towards our public services, maybe they should thank them instead.
It's not just the wealthy people who have left as well. We know from the ONS data that 257,000 Brits have gone when it was supposed to be estimated at 70,000, of which about 2/3 to 3/4 were under the age of 35. So we are losing young people to the rest of the world because of the implications of not being able to get a job in this country.
The Secretary of State.
Yes, yet more common sense coming from this side of the chamber. I agree with the honourable gentleman. And of course, it's young people in particular who do not have confidence in this government and are fleeing. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear I don't have a particularly high regard for Labour's economic competence, but even I didn't expect them to be running out of money quite so quickly. I expected them to be bad. I didn't expect them to be this bad. And it doesn't give me any joy or political joy to say that, because it's our constituents, my constituents, their constituents who are paying the price for Labour's incompetence, with higher taxes and in many cases with their jobs and livelihoods. I genuinely wish they were better at government. But that is wishful thinking, because here's another hard truth about Labour. Despite the party's name, despite the false advocacy for working people, every Labour government since the Second World War has left office with unemployment higher than when they started. Every one, always leaving the Conservatives to clear up their mess. While we Conservatives know the best thing you can do for working people, the best thing you can do to lift people out of poverty is help them get a job, and the Conservatives have a far, far better record than Labour in doing that. Between 2010 and 2024, the Conservative-led governments oversaw the creation of 4 million jobs. That's an average of 800 a day, Mr. Speaker. This government is destroying them by the tune of hundreds of jobs per day.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Well, we know what the government wants to do to support tourism and hospitality. It wants to get those on welfare to work in that sector, despite the fact some of those on welfare are there because the government has taxed tourism and welfare. Does he think that's socialism or incompetence?
I think the honourable gentleman knows what my answer to that is. The irony, it would be laughable if it wasn't so sad, of the policy that they announced over the weekend to put government subsidies into creating jobs when actually they could do a better job at running the economy and they would be created themselves. It's something I will come on to again in a moment. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the record of the last government, of course, we also took millions of people out of paying income tax. We increased the tax-free allowance from £6,475 that we inherited under Labour to £12,570. And as soon as we were in a position, following the pandemic, to start reducing taxes, that's exactly what we did. Reduce the national insurance on workers from 12% to 10%, and then again from 10% to 8%, with a plan to eliminate employee national insurance altogether and, of course, align the thresholds. Labour talked about backing business when in opposition, but they're doing no such thing in government. In the budget, the Chancellor had the brass neck to say she was helping the hospitality industry with business rates. In reality, hotels, pubs, theme parks, restaurants, cafes, all seeing an increase in their business rates, as are the wider retail and leisure sectors. Investment in hospitality and tourism is already being paused or diverted overseas due to the UK's rising costs and regulatory environment. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend, Shadow Secretary of State, for giving way. Is he as concerned as I am that a typical pub in my constituency is paying around £2,500 per month more in cost compared to 12 months ago? And just to put this briefly into context, to cover those costs, assuming a couple go in and spend £100, that's 25 additional sittings that they've got to clear, that they've got a seat just to clear their costs. How are these going to survive?
Yeah. Well, my honourable friend and neighbour is absolutely right, and I think the equivalent increase in the cost for the average pub over the next few years, and I do have the figures I'll come into in a minute, is the equivalent of needing to serve an extra 10,000 pints. How many pubs are going to be able to do that?
Would my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Epping Forest is home to some wonderful pubs and hospitality businesses like the Bull and the Queen Vic in Thaden Boys, the Thaden Oak and Mila in Loughton. I hope he'll join me in congratulating them in reaching the finalists of the British Kebab Awards next year. But does he agree with me that it's only with the Conservatives' approach of scrapping business rates and supporting our high streets and these fantastic businesses that these businesses will be able to survive and then thrive in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. The honourable gentleman, again, a great advocate for the hospitality and leisure sector, and indeed there is an alternative. There are alternative approaches to back business and enable them to succeed and generate taxes and employment. He's absolutely right, and congratulate them on the Kebab Awards as well. As a big fan of kebabs, I'll have to make a visit at some point. Now, yes.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Does he agree that this budget, the last one, has been a hammer blow to our already flagging high streets? And does he also recognise that the only retail premises that can be exempted from business rates currently are those that are listed if they're unoccupied? And that introduces perverse consequences for the tone and texture of our high streets. And by abolishing business rates, we will remove that perversity, and the look and feel of our high streets and the vibrancy of our high streets should be improved.
Yes, the right honourable gentleman again is correct, and of course it's not just the tax policies but the wraparound, the devil in the detail of what can and cannot be included in various exemptions that causes some perhaps unintended or indeed intended consequences. And I think we all care very much about the future of our high streets, which is exactly why at conference we announced the retail, hospitality and leisure relief that we did. Now, as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the budget, as I said, the honourable lady, the right honourable lady, the Chancellor, had the brass neck to say she was helping the hospitality industry with business rates. They were doing no such thing. As I said, they're increasing the business rates considerably. And while hospitality is the UK's largest employer of 16 to 24-year-olds, these cost pressures directly threaten, in particular, youth employment. New analysis from the UK Hospitality reveals that small hospitality venues alone will see business rates rises by £318 million over 3 years, and subsectors like the often mentioned in this debate pubs will see a whopping increase. The average pub's business rates, even with the reduced multiplier and transitional relief, will increase 15% next year. That's an extra £1,400. In 27-28, an average pub's rates will be £4,500 higher, and 28-29, £7,000 higher. In total, over 3 years, the average pub will pay an extra £12,900, and an average hotel will be paying an extra £28,900 in rates next year. In 27-28, it will be £65,000 higher, and in 28-29, £111,000 higher. In total, over 3 years, an average hotel's rates bill will increase by over £200,000, just in time, no doubt, for them to also face the dreaded new tourism tax. And Labour's unemployment bill will do nothing but impose thousands of pounds in extra costs on businesses across the country, not to mention, of course, the ricochet impact on temporary and seasonal jobs. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way on the point of the tourism tax, which potentially will come on top of the increase in business rates. I spoke to Catherine from the Navigator Hotel last week, who is in despair at these additional costs and fearing for the future of her hotel and indeed for the 10 employees who work in that hotel. What reassurance can you give her?
Absolutely. Yeah, the tourism tax is an appalling tax. We've said it will do immense damage to an already overtaxed industry. And the Honourable Lady, I think, will be aware of there is a consultation going on. I think we all need to encourage our constituents, particularly those working in these sectors, to participate in the consultation to make sure that Labour don't do the damage that we fear that they may do to an already hit sector. And of course, many sectors of the economy rely on seasonal employment during peak times, whether that's food production sectors during peak picking and growing seasons, retailers in the run-up to Christmas, or the hospitality and tourism industry over peak summer season and, of course, during school holidays. But if the Minister and MPs on the Labour benches had actually been engaging with and listening to businesses in their constituencies or across the country since they came to power, they would know the frustration that so many of those businesses feel. They want to employ more people, especially young people. They want to give learning and skills development opportunities, perhaps to people with their first job. But they have been unable to do so because Labour's policies are making it unaffordable for them to do so. And how bizarre is it, as my honourable friend pointed out a few moments ago, how bizarre is it that the government announced plans over the weekend, note, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the weekend, not to this House, to help young people with skills-building opportunities in hospitality, care and construction through taxpayer-funded government schemes. The very industries that the government is undermining with its own tax policies. If the government didn't attack these industries, businesses would be generating these opportunities and these jobs of their own volition, not needing government handouts. So rather than spend £820 million using public money to help create jobs that may not be sustainable, surely it would have made more sense not to have taxed the hospitality, construction or care sectors in the first place. Even hospices weren't exempt from the national insurance increases. Yeah, good work.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I mean, there's a very fundamental misunderstanding, I think, between this side and that side of the House. That side seems to believe that the government creates jobs, the government creates wealth, the government creates everything. On this side of the House, we recognise that actually it's individuals who get up in the morning, who group together, and we call those groups companies. They try and come up with ideas, they try and stretch themselves, and they try different ideas. Some of them succeed, some of them fail, and actually relieving the pressure on them is not somehow letting them get away with something. It's enabling them to express the freedom of ideas that they have. Now, I think the second fundamental misunderstanding, it's not about who's had an experience of a job and who hasn't. It's who's had an HR department and who hasn't. Now, the problem that we've got on the other side is not that they're bad people or good people. As we all know, there's different people on all sides of the House. It's that the reality is that if you have an experience of a business that's only ever had an HR department, that's only ever been large enough to look at different ways of in-year cost savings in that sense, it's not the same as if you're the one who's trying to pay for one person, two people or three people. Now, actually, 80% of businesses in this country have fewer than 10 employees. That's who we're talking about.
Nigel Huddleston.
Yeah, my right honourable friend's making some really important points again. Not only the specific examples, but the fundamental difference in political and economic philosophy between our side and their side of the chamber. We believe in personal responsibility, low tax, small government, living within your means, and being unapologetically pro-business because we recognise that it's the private sector that generates the jobs and the economic activity that pays for our vital public services. The Labour side agree the complete opposite. And of course, I think we've recognised, as the leader has said many times, we get into difficulty when we stray too far away from these things. We let down the country, we let down the economy when we stray away from our principles. Labour let the country down and destroy the economy when they stick to their principles. I'll give away to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I think to his point about the employment of young people, in somewhere like Northern Ireland, we have one of the highest levels, if not the highest level, of youth unemployment and young people not in education, training or employment. Would you agree with me that the budget absolutely hammers any prospect of those young people being employed in hospitality or tourism, for example?
Nigel Huddleston.
Yeah, the Honourable Lady is obviously speaking to her constituents and businesses in her constituency, and of course young people who are extremely disappointed and feel let down by this government and their economic philosophy, which is why the budget announcement, and then followed by this announcement recently, we're now going to kind of help them a little bit with some public money, is just bizarre. It shows that they do not get basic economics, and it's particularly hitting young people. Now, I'll give away briefly to the Honourable Gentleman again.
I do thank you for giving way. Under a Conservative council and Conservative government, Stoke-on-Trent had one of, if not the highest NEAT levels anywhere in the country. Those numbers are now coming down. What does he think was the reason why my city had to endure that under his government and his council? And would he accept that part of that was because economic growth in this country was not equitably felt across this country, and that economic growth that only takes place in one part of the country is equally damaging as much as some of the things he is professing to be damaging today?
Yeah, I do agree with some of the principles that the Honourable Gentleman articulates there in terms of the need for economic growth to happen outside of the M25 as well. London is a great dynamo. It needs to be London plus, but we do need to make sure that we grow across the country. But that, of course, was exactly the point of the levelling up agenda. But I'm afraid we can't have this kind of wishful thinking of forgetting that both the economic crisis in 2008 and then, of course, the pandemic and the other global crises had a major impact on the economy, and therefore economies around the world were challenged. The difference in where we are now is that our economy is doing badly uniquely because of Labour government decisions. That's the difference. So, of course, the national insurance increases, Madam Deputy Speaker, in last year's budget alone cost the hospitality industry over £1 billion. The business rate increases that they're facing now make matters even worse. This isn't so much giving with one hand and taking with the other, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's giving with one hand, then punching them in the face, and then giving them a good kicking when they're down on the ground as well. That is an appalling attitude to take towards business, but that is this government's attitude. I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Just last week, I visited one of the many fantastic cafes in my constituency where the hard-working owner told me that she had chosen not to take on a Saturday job worker, somebody, a young person, as a direct result of the increase in business rates. Does he agree with me that because of the policies of this government, it is directly affecting employment for young people in Chester South and Edinburgh and across the country?
Nigel Huddleston.
Yes, and I had the pleasure of visiting a cafe in the Honourable Lady's constituency. I sincerely hope it wasn't the one that we visited, but this is a common theme across the country, and we're hearing it on way too many occasions. And what's interesting as well, these business owners, often very small businesses, feel really guilty that they cannot employ people in a way that they would want to, that they can't give the Christmas jobs and so on. They should not feel guilty about this. The government should feel guilty about that.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree that it's not just the tax rises, the additional cost burden that's causing a lack of confidence, but that lack of confidence in itself is probably the most corrosive aspect of all, because once that's entrenched, it's very hard to unpick, particularly when business is repeatedly facing a government that is doing the exact opposite of what they pledged in their manifesto.
Nigel Huddleston.
Yes, and the Honourable Gentleman knows confidence is a major driver of economic activity, and when the public, when consumers and when businesses don't have confidence, all things fall apart. And we've had a significant change of direction. I'm afraid I can't see this confidence returning. As I said, I don't get any joy saying that. I want the government to get their act together. I want them to be economically competent for the sake of our constituents. Very briefly, and I'll try and conclude.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I just would interested in him suggesting that our principles were the thing that causes the problem. Which bit of our plan for small and medium-sized businesses, action to tackle late payments, reducing regulatory burdens and expanding access to finance does he disagree with?
Yeah, I mean, this is just noise. The Honourable Lady needs to speak to businesses in her constituency, and I think well, the facts are the national insurance increases, the business rates increases, the additional burdens on businesses. If anybody in the opposition benches can name any major business organisation that's welcoming the employment bill, the unemployment bill as we call it, then I would welcome them to do so now. But I don't think they can, because it's anti-business. That's the point. We're pro-business, they're anti-business. The principle is really key here. To be pro-business means being pro-workers and being pro-public sector, because that's how the taxes are generated. And the government have the exact different. I won't give way. I'll give way in a moment to somebody behind me, but I do need to. I'm aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm on the final stretch. Yes. Now I can only assume. I can only assume, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Labour government just doesn't understand the negative impact that its tax policies are having on the tourism, hospitality and leisure space, because to do such harm willingly is pure economic vandalism. This government's lack of understanding of the private sector and how jobs are created beggars belief. But none of this would be necessary with a competent pro-business government. There is an alternative. A pro-business, conservative alternative that backs business, that wants the private sector to succeed, that backs entrepreneurs and wealth creators, and has policies that enable job creation and economic growth through policies such as the 100% business rates relief for retail, hospitality and leisure. But instead, this government has decided on an economic strategy that punishes enterprise, burdens the taxpayer, disincentivises work, increases dependency on welfare and grows the size of the public sector. That is the wrong strategy. The Labour government is destroying the economy. They promised change at the last election, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we certainly got it. Slower growth, higher taxes, higher spending, more debt, more welfare and higher unemployment. Time and time again, Labour have betrayed the trust of the British public. And we on these benches will not tire of holding this disastrous Labour government to account for their utter incompetence. The country cannot afford 3 more years of this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain deserves better. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Minister to move the amendment. Minister Blair McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the amendment in the name of the Prime Minister. Around this time every year, I like to reread A Christmas Carol. And last night I read that passage from Dickens where the protagonist says that, quote, "Every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart." And I have to say the tone of that speech from the Honourable Gentleman made Ebenezer Scrooge sound positively festive. I say to him, we recognise it has been a hard few years for business. We, despite the appalling economic legacy that his party left us, in this festive period, we can look forward to the new year with a sense of optimism. Living standards are rising, wages are growing faster than prices. The Productive Business Index a few days ago found that nearly 3/4 of small businesses expect revenue increases over the next 3 months, and nearly 2/3 have seen rising order volumes in the last 3 months. And the Honourable Gentleman mentions, as did other members, Small Business Saturday. Small Business Britain report that spending during Small Business Saturday last weekend was the highest it's been in 5 years. And Madam Deputy Speaker, despite what the Honourable Gentleman says, I ran a business for a decade, and I know how hard the last decade was. I'd be immodest to agree with what he says from a sedentary position. I will give way, yes.
The Honourable Gentleman, on Saturday last, I was in Herne Bay in Mortimer Street, where there is an absolutely fabulous toy shop called Kids Corner. It was empty. I said to them, "How are you doing?" And they said, "The shop's empty, the street is empty, nobody is spending any money." The hospitality industry is on its knees. My honourable friend, the member for Canterbury, and I attended a round table recently where every single person present said that they were having a hard time and some were in danger of going into liquidation. One cafe, and I raised this in the House earlier this week, one chain of cafes employing young people, 25 cafes. In the last 12 months, over those 25 cafes had a profit of £12. That is due entirely to this government's policies.
Well, the honourable gentleman hits the nail on the head when he talks about people not spending money. That's exactly why this Labour government is taking action to put money into people's pockets. And we've got to realise and recognise that a big part of the reason why it's been such a difficult 10 years for business was because of stagnating living standards, because of stagnating wages under his government. And I know that hospitality, leisure and retail, who have very thin margins, have been hit especially hard by the pandemic, by the cost of living crisis, by changes in shopping habits. But it's exactly because of that we recognised it and published for the first time in a decade the first strategy for small businesses from government. It's why we're putting more money into people's pockets. And it's why actually the fiscal credibility that they just do not seem to value at all on that side of the House matters to our constituents. I'm
grateful to the Minister for giving way. The Globe Inn in North Petherton is a fantastic local pub. This financial year, its business rates bill is zero. By 29-30, it will be £5,000 thanks to this government. That's an extra 10,000 pints they will have to sell to meet that extra cost. How is the government's strategy helping them?
Minister McDougall.
Well, you'll know about the transitional relief that we're putting in, and I will come to that in a moment. But we are putting more money into people's pockets. I spent 5 days last week speaking to small businesses. I was in Staffordshire, I was in the North West, I was in Scotland, meeting with dozens of small businesses. And all of them said to me the same thing, was that what they want is footfall. As the Right Honourable Gentleman said, they want people to start spending money again and to get customing. I'll make some progress for a second. And we are lowering costs. The Honourable Gentleman mentioned the burden of regulation and red tape. I have to ask, where was he for the last 14 years? When we came to power, we inherited a situation where businesses were spending 380 million staff hours on form filling and red tape every year. We are getting into that now in a way that just did not happen. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on that point, it's important to note that businesses like the Co-op and IKEA are supportive. And on the point of red tape, businesses in my constituency tell me time and time again that bureaucracy is holding them back. So can he outline further how we're going to be cutting red tape?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with a few weeks ago, where we removed thousands upon thousands of particularly smaller companies from having to engage in so much of the corporate reporting, which was completely unnecessary, saving about £250 million on the way to our wider effort and our wider target of cutting the regulatory burden by 25% and cutting £5 billion. I'll give way to the member of the...
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I invite him to visit the hairdressers in Aldwick in my Bognor Regis and Southampton constituency, who will tell him that he spends hours after hours to ensure that he can even stay profitable. So you might be withdrawing some aspects of small business paperwork, but it doesn't remove the fact that the maths don't add up. And unless he is spending hours dotting every I, crossing every T, and making sure that he's cutting costs where he can, his employees won't have jobs to spend more money.
Minister McDougall.
And she makes an important point, which is exactly why we are trying to drive down costs. for business, not least when it comes to red tape. And if there is something in particular that your constituents' business, I don't know if it's the hairdressers that you frequent yourself, maybe I could pop along, and I'd be very happy to listen.
Order. Minister, I don't wish to put on the public record which restaurants I do and do not frequent, so continue, Mr McDougall.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And they raise business rates as well. It's exactly because we recognise the stress that retail, hospitality and leisure face that the smallest of those properties will have now the lowest business rate since 1991, and those with values below 500,000 will be at their lowest rate since 2011, a permanent tax cut worth nearly £1 billion a year and benefiting over 750,000 retail, hospitality and leisure properties. I will give way one more time to the...
Thank you very much to the Minister. And I'd just like to tell him about Charlie Cockaday, who runs the Fox Inn in Feltham. He tells me that with the new business rates reform coming through from this government, he will be paying £1,600 a month more in business rates going forwards. That is the equivalent of 35p per pint that he sells. So how does that equate to putting more money in people's pockets?
I'll talk about the transitional relief that we've put in. Under the plans we inherited with this valuation, pubs were looking at rate bills increasing by about 45%. Because of the relief that we've put in, that's about a tenth of that in terms of percentage. So we are acting. But I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite knew that this revaluation was coming. They knew that the temporary COVID relief was coming. And how much did they have in their financial plans to help businesses with this? Nothing. Nothing. Not a single penny was allocated for it. And now they criticise us for having put in a £4 billion package to help businesses with that. And worse than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, they also oppose the higher business rates on the warehouses of online giants that we've put in place, which is exactly what is paying for the structural change which allows for permanently lower business rates on retail and hospitality. I'll give way to and then I'll make some progress.
Grateful to the Minister. But the reality is, and we all understand this, governments have to make choices. But the choices that this government has made is not to cut spending on welfare, which has limited the choices elsewhere. There is a real choice there. And if this party had been in power, we wouldn't have taken those choices over the summer, which would have meant the budget would have been in a very different place with respect to hospitality sector.
Which was exactly my point, that you were not going to make these choices. They were not in your financial plan. They were not in the Honourable Gentleman's financial plans, and they are in ours. I will, but only because I have deep affection for the Honourable Gentleman.
Minister is a charming and soon to be very well haircutted gentleman, no doubt. But the point that my honourable friend was making, and I'm afraid that reinforces it, is it was clearly not in the government's plan either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought through the welfare changes they planned in July, but have since been bounced out of by their own backbenchers. So clearly, it wasn't their plan either, and that's why we're in this position.
But it isn't our plan. We have just passed this budget which gives this relief on business rates. And let me continue perhaps with and return to the theme of A Christmas Carol and visit with the ghost of Christmas past. Perhaps we could travel back to when the Honourable Gentleman gushed about Liz Truss's mini budget with her unfunded tax giveaway as representing, quote, a new era which he said would help everyone with cost of living pressures. Well, unlike Ebenezer Scrooge, the Honourable Gentleman has not repented. He has not seen the error of his ways and the impact of unfunded commitments. Instead, he's at it again, calling for tax cuts without any idea whatsoever of how to pay for them.
thank the Minister for Way. The members opposite talk about political choices. They made a political choice to bring in austerity, which meant that actually there was lack of funding to the NHS. My constituent of Harlow is full of sole traders who say to me what really affects their ability to earn money, to actually have money in their pocket to spend in the pub or other establishments, is the fact they have to wait for years on end to get a doctor's appointment or to actually get an operation. So would he agree with me that the right choice that the Chancellor has made is to invest in NHS to ensure we get the waiting time down so that my workers can get back to work?
Minister McDougall.
He's absolutely right, and of course that's one of the more important ways we get the welfare bill down as well and get more money into people's pockets and ultimately more money into tills. But instead of these fantastical unfunded tax cuts, we're giving real help to high streets across the country. Millions of British people will benefit from the £5 billion Pride in Place programme, which puts local people in 339 neighbourhoods in the driving seat of renewing their own areas. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm also grateful to the government for the fact that Ramsgate in particular is benefiting from the Pride in Place Fund. But more widely, on the issue of seasonal work, which is vital for coastal communities like mine, can you confirm that seasonal workers and people who work in hospitality will benefit from many of the measures in the budget that tackle the cost of living and raise their wages, for example, the minimum wage, cuts to energy bills, and indeed freezing of bus and train fares?
Minister McDougall.
Absolutely, and on this side of the House we recognise that link between standard of living and how business sustainability is working. She mentioned her own area benefiting from Pride in Place, and the Honourable Gentleman's part of the world. You've got Smethick, Darlaston, Bilston, Dudley and Bedworth all receiving funding through Pride in Place. And in addition to that, we're also making sure that we protect the character and the safety of high streets. Because again, what small businesses say to us again and again is that they need footfall, so we need to make high streets an attractive place to go. So we're clamping down on the illegal high street activity in premises such as mini-marts, barber shops, vape shops and nail bars, and at the budget announced an additional £15 million a year more alongside wider measures to tackle those bogus retailers. Yes.
Minister for giving way. Has he compared and contrasted Pride in Place with the Future High Streets Fund, which is a proven mechanism for uplifting the state of many of our high streets, including Trowbridge in my constituency? But he's trotting out a load of things he thinks are going to benefit retail and hospitality. The whole point about retail and hospitality is they have to be welcoming places and open to all. What then does he make of the dozens of pubs and restaurants up and down the country that are now feeling forced to put up signs in their windows saying no Labour MPs?
Minister McDougall.
Well, I've yet to see any such pub with that sign. And my friend, my honourable friend from Stoke-on-Trent Central, in terms of the other scheme that you mentioned, spoke about how disastrous the implementation of that was on the ground, and we're trying to learn lessons from that. But the honourable gentleman also criticises on the Employment Rights Bill, and I compared him to Scrooge earlier on, but I'm sorry to say that here is where he is even less charitable than Dickens' great character. Scrooge famously wanted, indeed insisted, on his workers having regular hours over Christmas. The honourable gentleman doesn't seem to want that. Even Scrooge, by the end of the story, gave Bob Cratchit a pay rise so that his family could enjoy Christmas, and here he is arguing against it again. I'll give it to him.
Now.
I do thank the Minister for giving way. I remember sitting on that side of the House when the Conservatives were in government, and they would be, I won't be here, they will be trumpeting their increase in the minimum wage and the creation of the living wage as a demonstration of their commitment to helping low-paid people in this country. Does he worry now that if you take the point that the honourable gentleman's opposite has been making and extrapolate to its natural conclusion, they're actually advocating for a cut in the minimum wage as a way of helping business, which would be detrimental to the thousands of people in Stoke-on-Trent that rely on that money to pay their bills?
Dougal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with him more, and just again not understanding that link about what is in people's pockets and what goes into the tills. And can I also say I spent a fantastic day with you with your local businesses last week, and was impressed how they all were on first name terms with the honourable gentleman. I will, yes.
Would the honourable member not agree that part of the problem was caused by the members opposite, who didn't welcome the minimum wage in 1998, said it was going to destroy businesses, and then later, when they got in, split the minimum wage so people over 25 got more than people under 25, causing this inequality, which is what we're having to deal with now?
She's absolutely right, and I recall as a younger man working in this place, the all-night sittings as the Conservatives united with the people in the other place to try to stop our effort to make work pay for people. And here we are again, a quarter of a century later. Sure.
The issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman was in here while governments were coming up with their plans and their policies in 1998, while I was starting a business and running it and employing people. And the difference is that you can't install a minimum wage if someone actually doesn't have a wage at all because they haven't got a job. Yeah. And what his party are doing are putting people out of work. There are now 31% more young people not in employment in the Gosport constituency than there were this time last year. That's a disgrace, isn't it?
I don't know if she was at the start of the debate, but she would have heard me talking about I ran a business as well. But she talks about job creation. In the first year of this government, 138,000 more jobs. We have to understand. No, I've given way several times. I have to make some. But look, the government is fully supportive of the variety of working arrangements that people, including young people, might choose depending on their circumstances. But the word, Madam Deputy Speaker, is choose. Until now, that flexibility has been entirely one-sided, something that employers have used to their benefit. But it's time to let workers have their rights. And the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent asked the question about whether people on the other side of the House understand what it is like to be an insecure worker, particularly at this time of year. This is the most expensive. I'm nearly finishing. I'm coming to a close, but thank you. At this time of year, this is the most expensive time of the year. It's the most expensive month. On this side of the House, we are proud to be acting to ensure that families can plan for the expense of Christmas, that families can look forward to Christmas without worrying about the anxiety of whether they can make it to the end of the month. And the criticisms of that and the lack of understanding from the other side about how important the cost of living and the money in people's pockets is to the success of business is, quite frankly, humbug.
I call the spokesperson Liberal Democrats. The question. Forgive me. The original question was as on the order paper. Since when an Amendment A has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the original words stand part of the question. I now call the spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. Training, hiring and retaining a skilled workforce are issues affecting businesses across the country. Many businesses, such as in the farming and agricultural sectors, depend upon recruiting the right people at the right time. Obstacles to hiring seasonal workers could have a significant impact on businesses, which are already struggling with sky-high energy bills, trouble recruiting the workforce they need, and are facing high costs in trading with Europe. We're seeing a practically stagnant economy, with business confidence down and unemployment up, and this is particularly prevalent amongst young people, many of whom traditionally found their first jobs in the hospitality sector, the largest employer of young people. However, this sector is struggling to employ new workers, and the damage that's being done to the prospects of our youth struggling with unemployment levels will be detrimental to the broader economy in the years to come. Many of these challenges began under the administration of the last Conservative government. It was the previous government who undermined farming, agricultural, hospitality, so many other sectors dependent on seasonal work, by negotiating failed trade deals with the EU, with Australia, with New Zealand, and breaking their promise to reform business rates. Their record is a dispiriting picture of low growth, high interest rates and falling living standards. People endured years of Conservative mismanagement, which is why it's so disappointing that this government has wasted the last 18 months by failing to pursue policies that promote growth and by imposing an unfair national insurance jobs tax that has stifled business investment.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
Happy to.
I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way. In the West Country, we've seen an icy chill effect of the Nix hike on our hospitality and tourism industry, particularly in Torbay. The Torbay Coast and Countryside Trust that has looked after some of our beautiful natural spaces has had a £100,000 cost of the Nix hike on them, which has forced them to close their doors and take a step into the dark. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the government needs to explore the impact of the Nix hike on some of these fragile sectors of our economy and see how they can step in to support them? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and it's tragic to hear about the closure of his local organisation there, not just depriving local people of the opportunity to enjoy the services that they were providing, but also, as I was saying, depriving young people in particular of the opportunity to take their first job. On the Employment Rights Bill, Liberal Democrats have been clear. We welcome many of the principles underpinning the legislation, but we've been pushing the government to make crucial improvements to ensure that it properly delivers for workers and small businesses. We strongly believe in giving all workers security over their working patterns, and we're deeply concerned that too many struggle with unstable incomes, job insecurity and difficulties in planning for the future. On flexible work, we'll continue to advocate for what we think would have been a fairer and less onerous system, based on giving workers a new right to request fixed hours that businesses would not be able to unreasonably refuse. And when it comes to seasonal work, we are glad, thanks to the work of the Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords, the government has made significant concessions for the benefit of businesses and workers, placing a statutory duty on the Secretary of State to consult with key stakeholders before exercising powers to specify what a temporary need is in relation to the right to 0 hours contracts provisions. And we're also pleased the government has listened to Liberal Democrat calls for clarity by providing examples of how an employer could approach seasonal demand while complying with the new right to guaranteed hours. These provisions, secured by Liberal Democrat peers, will support workers by giving them more control over their working hours while ensuring that businesses are properly consulted and given the resources to navigate this new legislation. This weekend, towns across the country mark Small Business Saturday, but many small businesses will have struggled to celebrate given the challenges that they're facing. Recent government decisions, including the devastating business rates hike in last month's budget, are causing huge damage to small hospitality firms, with many now considering whether their business remains viable. Happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Tourism is vital to the economy of West Dorset. Hospitality in West Dorset is one of the largest employers. Our population soars by 40% during the summer months. These businesses require seasonal workers. Given all the headwinds that she's outlining facing the high street, facing UK hospitality, does she agree that the government should reward the sector or look after the sector with a 5% drop in VAT?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. The hospitality sector has been disproportionately impacted by the hike in national insurance contributions because it employs generally people on lower wages for a shorter period of time, and with the decrease in the threshold in particular, that has been very damaging to many businesses that have that kind of employment pattern. But my honourable friend is absolutely right. What we really need to be doing is boosting growth, boosting demand, and we think that that can happen by introducing a 5% decrease in VAT for hospitality businesses. Because we need the government to give hospitality the tools it needs to grow and help boost the wider economy. Thousands of venues are facing steep and unprecedented cost rises, making this a critical moment for the hospitality sector. And I urge the government to tackle this cost of doing business crisis by adopting our proposal on VAT. Pubs, bars... Yes.
How much would the 5% VAT cost? Policy cost?
Grateful to the honourable member for his point. The cost of the VAT cut could be met by
How much is it?
I believe off the top of my head it's about 9 billion, but what we think is that that could be met by the money we've lost from leaving the European Union, from Brexit. £25 billion a year has been lost to the Treasury as a result of leaving the European Union, thanks to the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal. And there are so many better ways that we could have been spending that money that the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal has cost us. Pubs, bars, cafes and restaurants across the UK who rely on seasonal workers need all the support they can get, so I sincerely hope that ministers will listen. Today's motion calls for the abolition of business rates, and the Liberal Democrats agree that we need to see a complete overhaul of this unfair and damaging system. However, in 2019, the previous Conservative government promised a fundamental review of the business rate system, which they failed to deliver. And in their recent budget, the government committed to rebalancing business rates, but we saw nothing of the sort. UK Hospitality says that the average tax increase for hospitality will be 76% over the next 3 years. Meanwhile, warehouses, offices and large supermarkets will see bills go up by just 16%, 7% and 4% respectively. The Chancellor said she's looking to introduce permanently lower business rate multipliers, but the painful reality is that the new higher valuations will wipe out any benefit that businesses might have seen. Increasing the minimum wage, as the government announced in the recent budget, is of course welcome and will support millions of low-paid workers, but it's not just workers that need a boost, it's small businesses too. Unless businesses are able to grow, there's a danger that the long list of cost pressures they face will result in fewer jobs being available overall. Happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Talking to small and medium-sized enterprises in my constituency of Shipley, they really welcomed the announcement that there would be free training for apprenticeships so that they can actually help the next generation of young people get into higher skilled jobs and to have careers. Does she agree and support the government's announcement about the apprenticeships as part of the Youth Guarantee?
I thank the Honourable Lady, my colleague on the Public Accounts Committee, for her intervention. She's absolutely right, and I 100% and very wholeheartedly welcome any boost to apprenticeships and that announcement in the budget. However, the caution is, and always continues to be, will there be sufficient business growth to enable those high-skilled jobs to be created that will enable our young people to progress in their careers? Businesses from all sectors across the UK continue to struggle with high energy bills, compounded with the burden of the NICS rise and concerns about certain aspects of the Employment Rights Bill on their monthly employment costs. The cost of employment has risen significantly over the last year, and there have been nearly 70,000 hospitality job losses since last October. Our small businesses face huge challenges, and very many are already struggling to absorb rising costs. So unless more is done to support them, vital entry-level jobs, essential contributions to the culture and character of our local communities may be lost. As this motion looks to examine the challenges facing businesses, perhaps unsurprising omission is the absence of any reference to the damage caused by the last government's failed Brexit deal. The appalling agreement negotiated by the Conservative Party has been a complete disaster for our country, particularly for small businesses who are held back by reams of red tape and new barriers to trade, costing our economy billions in lost exports. The dismal impact of their terrible Brexit deal is becoming increasingly clear. A recent survey of 10,000 UK businesses found that 33% of currently trading enterprises experienced extra costs directly related to changes in export regulations due to the end of the EU transition period. Small businesses have been particularly badly affected, with 20,000 small firms stopping all exports to the EU. And a recent study has found that goods exports have fallen by 6.4% since that trade deal came into force in 2021. And while the Liberal Democrats welcome the steps, even if hesitant, that this government is taking to rebuild our relationship with the EU, I urge the government to recognise that this should only be the start towards a new, bespoke UK-EU customs union, which this House voted for just yesterday. Independent analysis has shown that a closer trading relationship with the EU would boost GDP by 2.2% and would bring in roughly £25 billion of extra tax revenue every year, which would be crucial for fixing the public services which the Conservative Party left broken. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I'm not suggesting she should have been hanging on my every word yesterday, but she was in the chamber during that debate. I wouldn't call 100 votes in favour and 100 votes against a win. A 10-minute rule bill is going to go nowhere, so why her leader is jumping up and down on social media as if he's just introduced the Magna Carta. I fail to understand. But did she not hear me when I said that in conversations with the European Union, the EU itself will not entertain a new customs union with the United Kingdom? They want to evolve the agreement that we have as per the agreement, but not have Groundhog Day. Which bit of that is her party not understanding? Or are they just ignoring it because it's convenient?
Sarah Olney.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I did listen very carefully to his speech yesterday, which I thought he delivered very well, and I am grateful to him for putting the points against our bill. He is absolutely right. It was 100 on each side. However, it did pass with the help of Madam Deputy Speaker, who was in the chair yesterday, and it has progressed to its second reading. But I take his point. What I would say to the honourable gentleman is, how does he know? If there is a political movement for change in this country, a political will towards further integration with the European Union, if there is a political will in favour of a customs union, I'll just finish this point if I may, then I think that the EU would welcome that and would be very keen to have a conversation on that part. I'm going to give way to the honourable lady there, and then I will come back to you.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would the honourable member not agree that the trade agreement that was signed earlier this year and the SPS agreement, which is actually the EU now have a mandate to discuss and which will hopefully be through by 2027, will make a massive difference to a lot of the export done. So we are getting there. It takes time, but we are getting there.
To the honourable lady for her intervention, what I would say, this is very piecemeal. It's taking time. I think if we had a more wholehearted approach to a customs union, we would be able to unlock all sorts of benefits that are not possible with the piecemeal approach. I'm going to give way to the honourable gentleman, and then I will come back to you.
I suggest a new customs union might take a little bit of time. Maybe just a day or two. She asked a perfectly legitimate question, how do I know? In direct response to her party's motion, it's an issue I raised directly with representatives of the European Union. And the answer was, no thank you. That's how I know. I wasn't speculating, it was knowledge.
Sarah Olney.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for sharing that knowledge with us all, and obviously that's something to reflect upon. However, I would say that if it was this is why we're pressing the government, and I think it is the government who hold the purse strings, who hold the pen here, and that is, I think, up to them to be making those advances on behalf of the country. Yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I will ask this question in the spirit of genuine curiosity, if I may. The trade deal done by the Prime Minister, by the Chancellor, by the Business Secretary earlier in the year with the United States guaranteed more than 200,000 jobs in the West Midlands, in Jaguar Land Rover and in its supply chain. What future does the honourable member envisage for those jobs in her ideal scenario where we go back into a customs union tomorrow? And what would she say to my constituents and the people in our West Midlands region about the prospects for those jobs? Has she thought about it, and does she have a plan?
I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. What I would say about that is our allies in America are becoming increasingly unreliable, and it is absolutely right that we should look elsewhere for our alliances, not just on trade, but on defence, and recent moves just this week show us on what shaky ground our agreements with the US are built upon, and for the long-term future of the car industry in West Midlands, and of course the future of our whole economy, we need to be looking to Europe to build up those relationships with our European neighbours, because our partnerships with the US are becoming our allies in the US are becoming increasingly unreliable. I would find, if I was one of her constituents, I would be looking for the government to be fully investigating other opportunities for trade as well as with the US. More broadly, as we look at issues affecting the workforce, Liberal Democrats welcome the industrial strategy that this government put in place alongside a funding boost for skills and training. However, this progress stops well short of the fundamental reform we need to see if we're going to address the workforce shortages which many industries are facing. British businesses must be able to hire the people they need with the skills they need. A key cause of workforce shortages is ill health. To tackle this deeply entrenched problem, the government must do more to invest not only in our NHS but also in social care, so people can get the health care they need and rejoin the workforce more quickly. Any business will tell you that the apprenticeship levy doesn't work, despite the government's attempts at reform. Firms can't get the funding they need to train staff, and hundreds of millions of pounds of funding is going unspent. The Liberal Democrats have long called for proper reform of the levy, replacing it with a wider skills and training levy that will give businesses real flexibility over how they spend money to train their staff. We were pleased to hear in the budget that more details on the wider youth guarantee and growth and skills levy package would be announced shortly, but can the Minister provide a timeline for when we can expect to see this detail? And again, I wish to ask the Minister if they'll set out a timeline for the introduction of a youth mobility scheme which would be beneficial to our economy, easing some of the burdens which the hospitality sector is facing. Businesses across the country, especially our small businesses, are struggling with unprecedentedly high costs, such as the government's unfair national insurance rise, sky-high commercial energy bills and a broken business rate system. And struggling businesses means fewer jobs and lower pay, so it's absolutely clear that we must look for ways to support local businesses and all those that rely on them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ewan Steinbank.
Deputy Speaker, in this debate today I'm going to confine my remarks to the criticisms of the Employment Rights Bill because it's where my experience sits, and also, as I tried in no small part thanks to the efforts of yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get into the Employment Rights Bill, but sadly was not able to speak on Monday. But saying that, it is imperative that all honourable members do listen to small businesses, as I did this Saturday, as I helped the Falkirk Delivers and Falkirk Business Improvement District team out with disentangling Christmas lights and carrying ladders about Falkirk High Street as they set up their first and inaugural Falkirk Festival of Trees. I would definitely encourage any honourable members to visit any of the vastly brilliant hospitality venues that we do have in Falkirk. But with that out of the way, I am going to focus my contribution on the impact of the Employment Rights Bill. Because what we've heard from the opposition benches, and I would say small businesses are looking for more and solutions. Very few of them said we should either cut welfare substantially in a way that would push children into poverty or rejoin the European Union as the immediate solution. But it is important and imperative that we talk about seasonal workers, not just businesses that hire seasonal workers. It's of course an important perspective we should hear, as I've just stated, but it can often be a parochial view, talking to one side of the labour market, the employer, and fails, I think, to grasp the incentive system that we need to change in order to get people into work, which is what I believe the Employment Rights Bill does do. After years of hearing the stick from government of tough language about benefit sanctions and I think often kicking down at a workless generation, which they directly caused and they directly failed to also address when in government, they now repetitively slam the carrot, which is now the Employment Rights Bill, and this government's broader agenda to make work pay again. So, in lieu, I will provide my own relatively recent experience to the House. With the exception of the pandemic, where I lost my insecure hospitality job as one of the workers that was not provided furlough assistance because of the nature of the contract I was under, and I had to move in for the first time since I was 17 back with my parents. I've not gone 1 week since I was a teenager unemployed. I spent my weekends after long days of studying law and at school, working behind the bar at weddings and various functions within the hospitality industry and in the retail industry. I did this because of the ethos my family instilled in me as a 16-year-old when I got my first seasonal job at Argos, that nothing is better for your self-esteem, your progression, your social skills, your life, your independence, or ultimately your wallet than to get yourself in and keep yourself in work. And I still remember hitting $1,000 on Christmas Eve 2016 in that first job alongside many of my generation who worked hard during that seasonal job and made sure that that business was running, and then to be told on Boxing Day that I was not going to be kept on in that particular job. What we have to remind ourselves in this debate, that the workers who work over Christmas in hospitality and retail and gift shops are the economy that we are talking about here. They are the ones that keep the lights going on in our high streets consistently. But the sectors I've worked in my experience, working on minimum wage and insecure, low pay, high turnover and insecure hours are major characteristics, which went my income up until I moved out of the hospitality sector in June 2022 was sometimes enough to pay my digs or rent, bills, food and the occasional trip to the pub or a Falkirk match, and sadly sometimes it was not. This is still the reality for far too many who work in the hospitality, retail, social care and many other sectors, and this is ultimately the reason I got into politics, to improve the lot of those who, despite grafting and seeing little result for themselves or their families, and sometimes working in quite deep poverty, still went in each day and got on with it. That same spirit lives on today in the young hospitality workers who are currently in dispute with their employer at the Village Hotel and View in Glasgow. The hard-working generation that I am a part of are down there once again organising and demanding better, because contributing and keeping our economy going, they deserve fair pay and conditions over Christmas. More than anything, it was the reason I ran for election, because I saw in my generation the corrosive social sickness that the previous government neglectfully allowed this country, and especially my generation, to be infected with. After 14 long years, many in my generation looked at the workplace with no prospect of being able to build a better life than the one their parents had. The last Parliament being the one, I believe, in history in which living standards went down. And for too many in my generation, off the back of that, they could see that they could work hard and see little reward, or they could sit about and see little reward as well. Something had to radically change. This country had to make work pay again. This was the message in the manifesto that we on this side stood on and promised the country that we would deliver if we had the privilege of winning office. This is what the Employment Rights Bill is designed to do, with day one rights to statutory sick pay to allow workers, when they fall ill, to bounce back into the workplace quicker and healthier, day one rights to paternity leave, which was secured this week, and I'm very grateful to the Minister for doing so that fathers can spend their precious first few days they receive at home with their newly born bairns, which I imagine is going to be crucial for many families this Christmas. But saying that, earlier this week, and ministers are aware, I was desperately disappointed when the concession was made to the Tories and Lib Dems in the other place on day one rights against unfair dismissal. The same peers who, throughout the passage of the Employment Rights Bill, have fought on to bargain on behalf of the bad bosses to weaken the sick pay and paternity leave of millions of ordinary people. The obstructions of the other place in delivering the core manifesto commitment, which will benefit so many in my generation and seasonal workers, especially to boot, must be addressed by the government at another time with, in my perspective, far more radical intent in regards to the other place. I cannot and I will not forget the workers I pull pints alongside. It's only going to be my third Christmas. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. An 18 to 20-year-old this Christmas who's serving a pint will be earning £1.40 an hour more. Does my honourable friend agree with me this demonstrates Labour's commitment to young people?
Yes, absolutely. And I also find it disgraceful that the Leader of the Opposition this week has suggested that we should freeze the minimum wage. That means in later years, the workers who are going to keep the lights on this Christmas, in the gift shops, in the pubs, in the restaurants, should be entitled to less. As inflation goes up, well, they're part of the economy. If you didn't have the workforce actually keeping the lights on in the first place, there would be no restaurant, there would be no pub, there would be no Christmas custom, sadly. And that is the experience of far too many people in hospitality. So, as this is my fourth Christmas in my working life that I'm going to be able to spend with my family instead of actually working in the hospitality industry that has been characterised, and I'll be very interested to see if any of the opposing benches can share their experiences. I'll be very interested to hear of that, considering how much experience in business was utilised early in the debate by themselves. I'm not going to forget, throughout the progress of my career in this place and the votes that we make, the workers I pull pints beside and serve tables with. I've heard too many stories about kids being bullied, belittled and booted out the workplace by bad bosses in the first 2 years of their working life. I do worry, and I've shared this concern with ministers, that especially in the seasonal work sector, that this will simply happen before the 6-month mark, and I think it is something that we should come back later in the Parliament to address. I would also say to opposing members when they come, I would expect nothing but an apology for the 1.5 million people who were put into poverty whilst in work over their shambolic 14-year tenure. They built a low-wage, insecure, low-productivity economy, all whilst practising austerity, and then come back to this House with essentially the same ideas, but with 200 less MPs. I will give you.
I thank him for giving way. What does he say to the 89,000 people who've lost their hospitality jobs over the last 12 months?
Ewan Steiner.
There was an extensive amount of hospitality jobs lost over the previous 5 years as well. I don't deny, and I speak to small businesses in my constituency every week, that they have had a hard-pressed number of years. I know, I was there. I was working within the industry. I think it is important that we do back our hospitality sector, and I said earlier in the debate that I do think there should be more to come. They talked to me about energy prices as well, which are still substantially, I will give way if he's insistent, potentially with some experience about the hospitality workers as well.
I thank the honourable member for giving way a second time. So 89,000 hospitality jobs lost in the last 12 months. Youth unemployment up to 12% of 16 to 24-year-olds currently unemployed. There's an estimated 40% fewer seasonal jobs this year. That's the biggest decline in 15 years. Energy costs are up, business rates are up, confidence is down, regulation is up. Does he acknowledge that all of this happening at the same time is not a coincidence, and that it must be, at least in part, in relation to the really poor choices made by this government?
Whilst I don't accept the premise, I think it is important to recognise that the hospitality has struggled over a number of years. I'm not in any way denying that at this stage. However, I don't then know why the Employment Rights Bill is contained within this. The have not came into place to date. I would say it is important that we do listen to hospitality and give feedback, but it is also important that we do not discourage young people out of seeking those opportunities out in the first place, which has been seen for far too long for the last 14 years under your government. As I'm going to draw to a close, I won't take any more interventions. Moaning about the rates of maternity pay and the minimum wage being frozen. I didn't hear it, don't worry about it. Moaning about the rates of maternity pay or proposing to freeze the minimum wage is not likely to incentivise more young people to grasp that first opportunity. It's not more likely to make more of the people we talk about here, the NEETs, my generation, actually encouraged into the workplace. A fair wage and fair conditions for your work is what this government are delivering, but I do see that we need to go further and faster, both on employment rights and support for the hospitality industry in my constituency. Instead of stepping back at the first sign of opposition from Tories and Lib Dems, I would say on the employment rights measures. And my honourable friend did point out something that is quite important. The younger workers who are going to be working in our constituencies, because of what this government have done, are going to be £1.40 an hour better off in their workplace. I only wish that back when I got my first seasonal job, we had a government that saw the value of my labour over the Christmas period just as well. So thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tourism and hospitality offer seasonal work, flexible work opportunities, part-time work, and that's why many people choose to work in that sector, particularly young people. Tourism and hospitality is also one of the most taxed sectors in Europe compared to other European countries. So what did the government do for that sector? It reduced flexibility and increased taxes, and that is having real-world consequences. It is little wonder that of the job losses lost under this government, 55% are in retail, hospitality and leisure. Youth unemployment is up too. And it's having real-world consequences in coastal communities, like on the Isle of Wight, towns that are reliant on the visitor economy, towns that are seriously concerned that this is just the start, that the government is making plans for a tourism tax which will hit small businesses even further. Towns like Ryde, like Sandown, like Shanklin, like Ventnor. 38% of our local economy on the Isle of Wight is based on tourism and visitors. When you tax something, you can expect less of it, and we expect fewer visitors, which will hit our economy. And it is local businesses, not just in my constituency, who provide the first opportunity of a job for so many of our young people who may want part-time, flexible work, because they are also in education. Yet this government says that state knows best, and through its unemployment rights bill has reduced flexibility which benefits those looking for work as well. And it's done already some U-turns, some important U-turns, such as getting rid of the ridiculous idea of day one rights. By the way, something the previous Labour government never did. But it needs to go further. So what do I say to small business owners, to hard-working families on the Isle of Wight when they see job opportunities disappear, their taxes go up? The only answer I have for them is, your taxes are going up, more tax for more welfare, because the government today wants to grow an already substantial welfare bill. Yeah. It didn't last summer. Last summer, the government tried to reduce welfare, not by much, but it did try a reduction. But it had to abandon its plans while the minister was delivering a speech in this place, because its backbenchers said no. This is not a government being led from the front, it's being led from its backbenchers, and we have a caretaker Prime Minister in office. So having abandoned his welfare plans, the Chancellor has done the opposite and increased welfare spending. And the government has a solution for the challenges affecting tourism and hospitality, for the fact that they are finding it hard to find people to do jobs. The government's solution, we hear just a few days ago, is to encourage people on welfare, while they are on welfare, to do some of those jobs. But there are vacancies, those job losses exist because of this government's taxation policy. In fact, there are more people on welfare because of tax on small businesses, tourism and hospitality. And now the government's asking those people who once had a job in the private sector and are now reliant on the state to help them out by doing some of that work. I mean, this is both socialism and incompetence. And ultimately, the whole country loses out because the economy is grinding to a halt, inflation is up, unemployment is up. Now, the best way of funding public services is to grow the economy. And by growing the economy, you increase the tax take without any taxes going up. In fact, you can reduce taxes and increase the tax take if your economy is growing. And that is the money that pays for public services. Now, the Minister said when he spoke from the dispatch box a short while ago that the Shadow Secretary of State was like Scrooge for setting out the severe challenges that this government's economic policy is presenting hard-working families and businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not Scrooge to hold up a mirror to decision makers to show them the outcome of their decisions. It doesn't matter whether it's Christmas time or at any other time. The Minister and the government need to hear the hard truth, and that is our role on these benches, and we're not going to be put off from talking about it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw members' attention to my register of interests. I'm chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Carers and also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. I'd like to first just commend my honourable friend from Falkirk for speaking so much about his personal experience of working in the hospitality industry. I, like him, started out working as a waitress in a local hotel in Ilkley, just £1.70. So I was very pleased that the Labour government are doing all it can to raise that minimum wage for our youngest workers. The opposition appear, under the guise of wanting to support seasonal workers, to actually be looking to scrap the biggest uplift in workers' rights in a generation that this House has recently voted on. A landmark bill, the Employment Right Bill, that delivers on this Labour government's promise to put an end to insecurity, poor productivity and low pay for working people. The Conservatives, along with Reform, the Liberal Democrats, opposed ending exploitative zero-hours contracts, opposed ending fire and rehire, opposed day one rights for paternity, parental and bereavement leave, and opposed giving statutory sick pay to some of the 1.3 million of our lowest paid workers. I would like, therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, to focus my remarks on the benefits of the Employment Rights Bill, what it means particularly for adult social care and for unpaid carers. Whilst care workers are not necessarily seasonal, they have a lot in common. Low pay, often in insecure and variable hours each week. It was, in my view, a tragedy that during COVID, so many of our hard-working and dedicated care workers feared staying at home when they were ill because they weren't entitled to statutory sick pay. And I am therefore very proud that this Labour government is strengthening those care workers' rights. I don't see it as a choice. What's good for workers is good for business. Take, for example, unpaid and family carers. Flexibility is hugely important to the many of those that juggle care and work. It ensures that unpaid family carers, many of whom are women, can feel confident to apply for a job, knowing that those rights are there from day one. Workers with guaranteed hours aren't going to be worrying about whether they can feed their kids or pay the bills. Keeping people in work, reducing recruitment costs and reducing absenteeism and boosting productivity, that's the result of providing for and giving security to workers. Healthy workers, a healthy workplace is better for workers, for business and for our economy. The other thing that the Employment Rights Bill does for care workers is to make good on the promise of a fair pay agreement for care workers. The Health Foundation's analysis has found that 1 in 5 of residential care workers live in poverty. I find that an absolute travesty given the vital work that care workers do looking after older adults and disabled adults day in, day out. And it's not surprising perhaps then, given that the public recognise what great work these care workers do, that 77% of the public believe that care workers are paid too little. So not only is the government through this delivering on the fair pay agreement for social care workers, but has already ensured a fairer funding formula for local authorities, and I do hope that as this gets negotiated, it will result in a fairer package of terms and conditions. Many of the providers, not-for-profit providers, already do pay the national living wage, but it's really important that care workers feel that they have a career, that it is a good job, and hopefully we can attract more young people into these sorts of jobs, giving them a more secure career to go into care work. Not the low-pay, zero-hour contracts, but guaranteed hours and better pay that can enable them to get that first step on a career in health and care. And these changes will make a huge difference to those who provide amazing care and support for disabled adults and older people. The second area that I just want to highlight in my speech, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the introduction of the Fair Work Agency. And you may be wondering what that has to do with care workers. But sadly, under the Tories, the decision to open up the skilled worker visa to care workers with no plans or preparations in place resulted in the horrific exploitation of care workers. Overseas agencies were charging extortionate fees. New businesses here were set up registering solely to employ these overseas workers. I've heard cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, where they were given tied accommodation, then they were given zero-hour contracts, they were expected to travel far away to get care work, and as a result they got into debt. If they complained, they were sacked. With no sponsor, they couldn't take any other job in the economy here. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is verging on modern slavery, and that's why I am very glad that the new Fair Work Agency will have powers to crack down on both these unscrupulous employers that leave workers so susceptible to abuse. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way. There's a bit of a debate going on at the moment. Unemployment has gone up every month since the government has been in power. The government benches say that's the fault of the last government. we on this side say it's the fault of two budgets which have been anti-business. And so would the honourable member like to sort of put her money where her mouth is and say that if unemployment in... When would she say, if she has faith in the Chancellor's policies, that unemployment in Shipley and across the country is going to come down for the first time? If you could put a month and a year on it, that would be great testament to her faith in the Chancellor.
For his intervention. Clearly, the package of changes that the Chancellor brought in are doing a huge boost to the economy and jobs. The investment going into businesses through the support for scaling up businesses. I've got very brilliant businesses like Pennington's who are investing in a whole new warehouse, confident to base their business in Shipley and to expand. And I believe that some of the capital funds will go a long way towards that. And the apprenticeships and the youth guarantee are also, we're already seeing youth unemployment coming down. And I'm very confident that that will continue. We do have too many vacancies still, unfilled posts within care work. And I think a lot of that is because it is a very hard job, both physically and emotionally. And yet many people who were working in care found that they could get a better paid job down at Aldi. So we have to lift up the value of care work. We need to value it more as a society to attract people. There are jobs there. We need to encourage young people into these vital jobs like care work. Going back, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Public Accounts Committee briefly before I come to sum up. The Public Accounts Committee was very highly critical of the lack of assessment of these exploitation risks. It did lead to vulnerable migrant workers facing debt bondage and unfair conditions. And so, as I say, I'm really pleased with the creation of the Fair Work Agency. I hope, and perhaps the Minister can address this, whether it will also be able to help tackle the problem of overseas recruitment fraud as well. But care workers are exploited in other ways too, like other part-time workers, often not paid for travel or the night sitting, although there have been legal cases to say that they should. So again, the Fair Work Agency, as I understand it, will also be making sure that these underpaid workers who are effectively not even receiving the minimum wage, that will be tackled. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I support the government amendment to the opposition motion. I believe that Labour is pro-business, pro-worker. The care sector is a major part of our economy. It employs some 1.6 million people, as well as providing vital care and support to millions of people. And I hope that these reforms will be the beginning of us creating the foundations for a national care service. Thank you very much.
Simon Hall.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's just take a look, if we may, at the amendment which Mr. Speaker has selected in the name of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's amendment tells us that he welcomes the policy paper. He welcomes the plan for small and medium-sized business, which sets out, wait for it, Madam Deputy Speaker, which sets out a comprehensive vision for productivity and success. My honourable friend for South Northamptonshire is less well trained in keeping her excitement levels under control as you are, Madam Speaker, because she says from a secondary position, wow. And wow indeed. 14 years of opposition, 18 months in government, and a policy paper, a plan, and a comprehensive vision. That is the sum of the contribution of the Treasury bench towards these important and vital parts of our sector. This government needs to learn, I suggest, a key and important lesson. The policy papers, plans and comprehensive visions deliver of themselves nothing. They create no jobs. They give no certainty. They provide no confidence to either employees, employers, to investors, to entrepreneurs, to innovators or consumers. Strategy and policy are not the same things. Vision and delivery are not two sides of the same coin. They tell us in the amendment that the government's employment rights bill will help seasonal workers by bringing the UK's outdated employment laws into the 21st century. Well, I would dispute, first and foremost, that our employment laws are outdated. I think they have been organic and iterative over the decades, as one would expect. But they're not going to help seasonal workers who can't become seasonal workers because putative employers haven't either the confidence to employ or the headroom to create those jobs and pay those salaries. So we're in this fantasy land, this fantasy idea of how you run an economy. You legislate and, hey presto, pantomime-like, it happens. A strategy is published and bingo, it's all resolved. Not the case. So let us turn now. This first example will be, I'm sure, of enormous interest to the party opposite. I want to turn to Mark Fulton, the constituent, my constituent in Tolpuddle, who is the landlord of the Martyrs Inn. Now, anybody who knows their trade union history, and I know the Honourable Lady does well, it's a lovely pub. She's been there. She hasn't been barred yet, but she's been there. 1834, the Tolpuddle Martyrs. It's after them that this pub is named. It was bought by the village for £500,000. It's a community asset type pub. And one of the significant stakeholders is the TUC itself, who decided that thirsty trade unionists, after the Martyrs' Memorial, might enjoy a pint and indeed one of the excellent sandwiches which the Honourable Lady has referenced. Well, Mr. Fulton, Mark Fulton, writes to me, posts the budget, and I quote, "With the impact of this budget, we will risk losing these vital community hubs that are so important to our local life and economy." He, like others in all of our constituencies, have been arguing for, and the freedom now exists outside of the European Union, for a bespoke reduction of VAT on pub sales, including the wet trade. We are asking publicans who are providing far more in those facilities, those community hubs which Mark talks about. But they fight one hand tied behind their back, when in essence they are paying a VAT rate of 20%, forgive me, compared to those of a supermarket's 2%. Business rates are clearly going to go up. And this is again the fantasy world of this government. Sector representative group after sector representative group tells the government, by the government's own figures and calculations, their business rates will be rising. Oh no. Oh no, says the minister. No, they're wrong. They're wrong. Everybody else is wrong. I'm right, because I'm a minister of the Crown. This is the politics of the emperor's new clothes.
Yeah.
And it's about time one or two people on that side of the House, on the government benches, stood up and told the Treasury team that many of their policies leave this government naked in terms of trying to garner and foster a small entrepreneurial business sector. Employment, employer national insurance, increases in the minimum wage. Again, I quote from Mark Fulton, the latest rise risking the opportunities for young people to be employed in our sector. He goes on to remind us that 40% of young people begin their careers in hospitality, the sector playing a crucial role in training, upskilling and supporting social mobility. All of that put at risk. And all of this surely Madam Deputy Speaker, irrespective of geography or party affiliation, should be worried if there was a cogent argument being deployed that social mobility is being reduced directly as a result of government policy. As my honourable friend for the Isle of Wight said in his excellent speech, much of the decisions, these harmful decisions taken in this recent budget, were not of the government's choosing, but in essence a fulfilment of what the Chancellor rightly said to rebellious backbenchers on welfare: rebel if you like, we'll abandon if we have to, but there will be a cost that will have to be paid, and the cost will be tax, and therefore the concomitant diminution in confidence both in employers and in customers. I could quote several publicans, but Barbara Cousins, who owns and runs the Langton Arms in Tarrant Monkton, would have my guts for garters if I didn't take the opportunity of mentioning her. And my honourable friend knows it well and says what a good pub it is. She replicates many of the points that Mark Fulton makes, but she does make a point, particularly where rural pubs, reliant upon seasonal summer trade in tourist areas, are now, obviously those pubs have to pay business rates, but whereby their major competitor in those small rural settings, Airbnb, pay no business rates at all. It is an unlevel playing field, and the government had an opportunity, and possibly still does as the finance bill progresses, to try to level that playing field. But we are asking these important sectors of our economy to go into bat for UK PLC, to create the jobs that creates the tax that funds the public services. And at every step and turn, this government seems hell-bent on hobbling them, on hamstringing them, and tying their hands behind their back. The government has a laudable aim to see house building increase. Who doesn't? Again, an important part of social mobility. And we know that a lot of seasonal jobs are created in the construction sector. But in a customer email sent out just this very day by Travis Perkins, saying from the 1st of January supplier increases in price will come in across the industry. Roofing, let me just finish this point. Roofing up 7%, bricks up 8%, blocks up 9%, landscaping up 8%, drainage up 8%, plasterboard and cladding up 7%. Now you can increase costs and you can absorb as much as you can, but at some point, as Travis Perkins is pointing out, those increased costs can no longer be self-absorbed and have to be passported off to the consumer. And when the consumer's costs go up, their margins of profit decrease, their likelihood and potential and appetite for creating additional jobs disappears like a late or an early spring frost. It goes like that, arguably, Madam Deputy Speaker, never to return. And I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I'm so glad someone raised the construction industry in this debate, although of course the jobs that the Honourable Member is talking about aren't seasonal, they're contract. And the key to maintaining sustained employment in the construction sector is having a strong pipeline of repeated projects so that people can build their skills and move on to the next contract and the next contract and build a career in that way. And would he agree with me that this government's announcement of construction technical excellence colleges across the country, including close to me at the end of the new tram line in Dudley, the announcement of £39 billion over the next 10 years for sustainable house building, including social and affordable house building, and the announcement of the largest sustained infrastructure funding in 4 decades mean that there is going to be a sustainable pipeline and there will not be seasonal work in the sector?
Simon.
Yeah. Over the next 10 years. Again, it's another wow moment. Jam tomorrow. In fact, we don't even know if it's jam tomorrow. It's a promise of something which might materialise. These sectors need support now. And I want to, Madam Speaker, bring my remarks, if I may, to a close by just highlighting this what I fear is going to be a terrible downward-pulling spiral of confidence, both from investors, employers and consumers. I'm not an economist, but it does seem to me self-evident that if you increase the costs of employing people, you're likely to see fewer people employed. You might not expand your business, you may not create that new job. Now, general elections of themselves create a lack of confidence in the sector. This government was returned with a massive majority, which should be giving stability and confidence to the marketplace. And in actual fact, and it's the greatest perversity that we've seen since July 2024, the complete reverse is taking place. And why is that? Because the Chancellor last year created in her own mind a black hole. She decided to fill it by additional taxes, and she assured the House and the country that this was a one-off. This was a one-off. Growth was going to do everything else, spending was going to be looked at, everything would be hunky-dory. Well, that didn't come to pass. The government changed the environment, and what happened? We have the budget of just a few weeks ago. Fabrication, being economic with the actuality. Now that is saying to potential investors and job creators, well, we thought we might have believed them on year one. Year two transpired not to be the case. How many more acts that would make the Artful Dodger blush are they going to be dipping into our pockets next time, and next time? Because we're going to have a rebellion on this, or we're going to have a rebellion on that. And that rebellion is going to have to be funded, not by a recalibration of where government spending is allocated, but just increasing the pot that the government has to spend by increasing taxes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I took the advice of our clerks with regards to whether I should conclude with a word or not. And the advice was I'd be better to sort of slightly spell it out, and I'm going to take their advice. A small business owner in my constituency, and North Dorset is a constituency not of large firms. They're family businesses, most will be micro, some will be small, precious few will be medium-sized. There is a family business that he's grown and was seeking to employ. He wanted his kids to get involved with it as well. And he said to me, Simon, he said, you can tell that Rachel Reeves, because he said Rachel Reeves, not the Chancellor of the Exchequer or the Right Honourable Lady, you can tell that the script writers will probably be looking for a headline to describe this budget in a few easy words for the media. She should describe it thus: why the F should I bother budget? Why the F should I bother to invest, to create, to provide opportunity for our young, to then pay the taxes to deliver the public services that we require? If the government doesn't give an F, this side of the House certainly does. There is an alternative Conservative vision for this, and I look forward with colleagues to presenting that to the country over the coming months.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to refer members to my membership of Unison and the Writers' Guild of Great Britain. In my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby, there are thousands of seasonal job opportunities each year, and as well as an enlarged tourism sector during the summer months, there's regular seasonal employment for the rest of the year, such as the fabulous Scarborough Lights Festival, which is going on at the moment each and every winter. Overall, 11% of working people in Scarborough and Whitby are employed in retail, with another 20% working in hospitality. The Employment Rights Bill will boost and protect these workers. It will protect them against zero-hour contracts and last-minute shift cancellations. Madam Deputy Speaker, having worked as a freelancer for many years, I understand the pressures that workers in the so-called gig economy face. Too many women have to constantly juggle their work around caring responsibilities with no certainty as to whether they will work enough to pay the bills each month, and I was one of these women. This bill will establish day one parental rights and strengthen statutory sick pay, transforming the world of work for millions of women. In fact, 40% of unemployed women say that flexible working hours will likely get them into work. If the party opposite claims to be pro-growth, they cannot disregard the economic benefits of legal protections that will help women to enter and stay in the workforce.
Hear, hear.
The Employment Rights Bill protects both employers and workers by implementing common sense protections and real financial provisions that will drive growth in coastal communities like mine and across the country. And I fully support the government's amendment.
Hear, hear.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as it comes to Christmas, I tend to think of shows that I like to watch, and one of them is Blackadder, and Blackadder Goes Forth. And near the end of it, there's a famous quote as Blackadder's finally trying to get away, and he can't. He knows he's going to go over the top, and he goes, well, it rhymes with plucking bell. And for me, that's what many in my constituents who run businesses now are feeling about the not one, but now two Labour budgets. And when I think about the high streets that I have in Elshilton and Barwell and Hinckley, and you think about the little cafes and the restaurants that we have and the shops and the pubs, they're really feeling the pressure now, because the government came in on a mandate of raising taxes. That's true, but at the tune of 7 or maybe 8 billion pounds, not 40 billion pounds in the first budget and 26 billion pounds in the second budget. And now every government, our side has done it when we were in government before, may need to raise taxes. But the problem with the government at the moment, and what the issue is hitting all my businesses are, and I've said it once and I'll say it again, it's this toxic concoction of everything changing at once. This constriction around the whole idea of growth. And we see it on the micro level on the high streets of Hinckley and Burbage, but also on the macro level as a country. Ever tightening red tape, ever tightening tax, all under the auspices that we're supposed to be growing as a country. And we've seen inflation go up, we've seen unemployment go up, and we've seen growth stagnate. And this is the reality that this country is facing, but so are my high streets. I will give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way. Under 14 years of the Conservatives, productivity growth stagnated, the worst in the G7. Would the honourable gentleman like to enlighten members as to whether he thinks that helped or hindered businesses and the employees that they employ?
Yeah.
I'd love to elucidate, because I think if we go back to 2010, if you remember when we had to deal with the financial crisis, we had to borrow 158 billion to deal with that. Then we had to get the coffers back in the right position, and we were just about doing that before the pandemic hit, where we had to borrow another 400 billion pounds to deal with. And every time, she wasn't here in the last government, but every time we were here, the other side of the house were asking for us to spend more, and now we're feeling the pressures of having to deal with that. And she talks about what she inherited. Well, she did also, on her side, inherit the fastest growing economy in the G7. And yet we also had inflation at target, and we had very little unemployment. All of those things are changing now under this government because of this government's policies. And it's easy to see why. If we look at the first budget, we had the increase in the national living wage, we had the increase in the national insurance contributions, and we also had for hospitality the relief cut. It was 75% for hospitality relief, and now it was cut to 40%. Fast forward to this budget, and we've had the national living wage raised again. We have also had that relief cut again. And now the government has come forward and saying, well, we're putting in transition measures. But the problem is the transition measures mean that for the majority, and it is the vast majority of businesses, they are actually going to see a 15% increase. Now, that is capped. I will give the government credit to that. But the problem is, for the vast majority of them, it's 15% this year, into 30, 40 and up to 70% in the 3 years. That is the prospect that these hospitality businesses that have already been struggling by the very nature of what the pandemic put in place in the first place, and the difficulty of the fact that we've had high inflation because of the war in Ukraine, means it's very, very difficult for these businesses. They are the most vulnerable ones, and yet the toxic concoction this government is putting in place is making it worse. And so I fear, when I go down my high street for Christmas, speaking to those businesses, and I do, of what prospect does the government have for them? How is it going to encourage them and bring them forward? Because I agree, I don't think the other side is anti-business. I agree they want to support workers, but I think they are slightly blinkered and naive to thinking of giving extra rights and extra increases in pay without taking into consequence what may well happen, because it's all very well having increased pay. But if you don't have a job, that's increase in nothing. And that is the heart of the problem we have here. We want to see more secured pay. The previous Prime Minister for Uxbridge talked about high productivity, high value jobs. We all want that on both sides of the house. It's how we get there. And we don't get there by tying a tight noose around the businesses that are going to drive those jobs. And that's my real concern here, because if you're thinking of setting up a restaurant in Market Bosworth or looking to start a new pub in Donisthorpe, why? Why would you do it? Why would you take the risk? Take on that extra employment, take on someone's livelihood, because most employers are good employers and they care deeply about their workforce. Because already what we're seeing is cafes.
My honourable friend give way. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I just wanted to reflect on the point he was making about risk, and that employers are taking personal risk when they set up businesses, when they employ people, and when they have so much cost piled upon them, that risk-benefit equation evaporates, and with it, the jobs that they deliver to other people in their communities.
I bow to her experience, because she is entirely right, as someone who I know has run many businesses and been involved. She speaks the truth of what businesses and risk takers are looking at in this country, saying, why would I take that risk? Why would I take that responsibility if there isn't any reward? I would have had more truck with the government if they sequentially set out that maybe over the next 3 or 4 budgets, this is the way they wanted to get there, so that you could increase, for example, the national insurance contribution as a one-off, and then build around it. But the problem is, it's this toxic concoction of it all coming in one go. I will give way.
Gentleman, he's making a very interesting speech, and on his point about risk, I think honourable members on that side always look at that through the lens of the employer. Now, there are of course risks. I spent most of my career in the private sector, so I do have some experience of this. However, would he also accept that employees take risks? When they take up a job, they need to be paid sufficiently so that they can live their lives with dignity, look after their children, etc. And would he accept that it is a balance? It's a balance that people must think about in both seeking jobs and employers giving jobs.
Absolutely right. And of course, as an MP, he will be an employer of his staff and team. And no doubt he is a good employer who offers good terms, and he cares deeply about the staff that he's looking after. The problem is, we have a taxpayer-funded job. The private sector don't and have to generate that funding. And so they're the ones who have to take the risk and work out whether or not there will be a job there in the first place. And worse still, at the moment, because of the government's budget choices, many cafes, pubs are looking to reduce their hours of being open, reduce their staffing hours, or possibly even having to close because they can't make the numbers work up. And it's that cumulative effect that we've talked about, that we see at the micro level on the likes of Twycross, but at the macro level of the country, with every industry talking out and saying we are having problems here. So I was hoping the government might come forward and listen to those ideas, because if the mantra, as the government has always been when it came in the election, the #1 mission was growth, all the measures that are being taken are anti-growth in this way, and we're seeing the results of that with inflation being higher. So as I come to the end of what I have to say... Oh, of course.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Is he as frustrated as I am that we're often accused from the government benches of talking down the economy? And from my recollection, over the last 14 years on average, the Conservative Party set the conditions for the creation of 800 jobs per day. And having just checked the statistics, I think it's running at about 373 under the current government. And uninflation has risen net every month that the government had been in power since July last year. And so would he take an intervention from any of the very few members on the government benches that are there, from someone who's prepared to say when they think unemployment might actually start to fall from the record levels of low unemployment that they inherited from the last government?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I will take an intervention on that point at this time, if anyone would like to. But I think more importantly, I think what my honourable friend is making a right point. It's government's job to set the framework. There is no such thing as government money. It is taxpayers' money earned by those who create the wealth, which are businesses and workforce that go out to do it, to provide the public sector the money that they need to be able to do their job. And this is a simple, if I turn it into my trade as a doctor, we talk about A, B, C, D, E when you come to a patient. There is no use dealing with the circulation, the heart, if the person doesn't have a clear airway. The same applies here. We need to have an economy that's growing and thriving to be able to give the foundations to the funding to be able to go into the likes of the NHS and the education side. And this is where I think the government might be slightly wrong and got the balance wrong, as we heard from the member for Rugby, because if you tilt it too far and make it too tight for people not to ever take that risk, we aren't going to have that tax inflow in the first place. Or worse still, we've seen the 16,000 millionaires and counting leave the country. But even more saddeningly is those... I will give away.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. I had the pleasure of meeting two risk takers in my constituency this weekend, Habak Watchers and Autalab, run by people who were simply wanting to grow and offer chances and opportunities to young people in my town. However, whilst I was there, I also met many micro and small businesses, all of whom felt neglected, and they felt that they weren't being offered the support that they deserved. I supported the Employment Rights Bill. I support the rights of employees. However, I am beginning to wonder and worry, are we pitting employers against employees and vice versa?
I very much welcome his intervention, and there is a risk of doing that, but we have to remember it doesn't need to be like this, because there are many, many good employees and many, many good employers, far more than we, this House, like to talk about. Our job is to protect those margins. The worry is if you make those margins too tight, you actually hinder the very people who are doing a good job, which I think is what the inference he is pointing towards, and I certainly hear in my constituency. And that's where I'm asking the government to rethink this balance, to rethink about all this toxic concoction of legislation, red tape, taxation, all at once, causing such a big problem. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have those businesses driving our growth, if we don't have them providing those jobs, you can have as many employment rights as you want, but if you don't have a job, they don't apply. It's as simple as that. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, like at the end of the Blackadder Goes Forth, he resigns himself to going over the top. Baldrick does tap him on the shoulder and says, here, sir, I do have a cunning plan. I hope there is a cunning plan coming from the Chancellor to be able to deal with this, but I won't wait with bated breath.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister and the Shadow Minister for opening this debate today, and to both of them for taking my slightly too long intervention. And can I thank Sir Tony Robinson for his visit to Harlow before the general election. He had a cunning plan to get myself elected as the MP for Harlow, and in that particular cunning plan, he was successful. I want to start by thanking businesses in my constituency of Harlow for everything they do. I am later this week visiting the wonderful Stort Valley Gifting to get my Christmas presents. I take the lead from my predecessor in this House, Robert Halfon, who did the same thing. But I want to talk about another Stort Valley business, Stort Valley Growers, who are in my constituency. I'm sure there's a joke from the party opposite about growth, but I'm going to let them make that themselves. I met with them recently, and I will continue to meet with them, as I do with other businesses in my constituency. I mentioned specifically, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Stort Valley Growers, because they do use seasonal workers, particularly seasonal workers who've come from other EU countries. And what I found, I met with the Stort Valley Growers Association recently alongside Nazing Parish Council, and what I found particularly heartening about that meeting is how keen Nazing Parish Council were to work with the Stort Valley Growers to support seasonal workers, to make them feel part of the community during the time they spent in the UK. Now, they did raise concerns. Try not to look at the member for Richmond as I say this, but she did, Richmond Park, sorry, but they did mention concerns with regard the additional red tape following Britain leaving the EU, and I would ask the Minister in his winding up to consider that, and particularly how we can cut down red tape to ensure that the Stort Valley Growers, who do an important job growing food for people in my constituency but across the UK, get the seasonal workers they like. What was raised in that meeting was the fact that many of these seasonal workers come over to this country to work in Nazing on a regular basis, and they have said in recent years they've seen some of those families, because often they are families, not returning. I welcome the measures that the government has taken in the budget to support businesses and workers they employ, tackling late payments, reducing regulation burdens, and also extending the grace period for extending business premises. I also welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Harlow is one of the places that will benefit from the Pride of Place programme, looking at how we revive our public spaces. I think something that I always try and find cross-party agreement when I give my speech. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can all agree that our high streets face challenges, and I look forward to seeing how we can revitalise Harlow in that respect. What I would also say, what I would like to ask the Secretary of State to do is to consider, in his summing up, how we can cut the red tape and bureaucracy which is holding back businesses that I speak to. I welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, the commitment of the Co-op. I have to declare an interest as a Labour and Co-op MP to bring down the cost for thousands of items as a direct result of the government's changes to business rates. I will very briefly talk about the ERB and my favourite Swedish furniture makers. People often criticise and say IKEA is not a British company, but it employs British workers, and they absolutely welcome the Employment Rights Bill. When I met with them early this year, the number one thing that their number one complaint about the ERB was it was taking too long to implement. And I think it's very interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when I speak to staff at IKEA, they are very, very happy in their jobs and very, very loyal to a company that treats them incredibly well. And I think we should be thankful of that. We must, Madam Deputy Speaker, turn a page on insecure, poorly productive and low-paid jobs. And I want to add my welcome, she's not in her place, I welcome the comments that my honourable friend from Shipley made about the need to support unpaid carers. I take the opportunity to talk about unpaid carers and young carers at any opportunity in this. I'm slightly off topic, I appreciate it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because they are absolutely a hugely important part of this country and really make a huge difference. Ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, I said in one of my interventions, of course, being in government is about making choices, sometimes making difficult choices. We saw under the last government austerity that led to our schools and our hospitals at absolute breaking point. We do need to invest in those vital services. For people in Harlow, being able to go to the hospital to actually get those appointments is going to make a huge difference to them. It means they can get back to work and continue to contribute to the economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for your time today, and I look forward to hearing further contributions from the House.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned to the Minister when he was in his place earlier, I started my first business at the age of 19, and it's what I did for 20 years before I became an MP. I ran businesses. It's why I'm so upset at some of the way that this government have behaved, because I understand viscerally how taking that leap takes everything. It takes everything you have. It takes your time, your money, your energy, your social life, and it's all a risk. You know, for so many months and years, in some cases, you work almost without pay, but the reward is just so fantastic because you can employ people, you can create jobs, you can offer opportunities, you can change lives, you can change futures, and you can generate your own supply chain for others, for other small businesses to do the same, and you can play a really valuable part in your local community. It's what small businesses across our communities are doing every single day, and they are brave, they are resilient, they are dedicated, and they need to be valued. But over recent years, so many of them are suffering. First of all, the pandemic took a huge toll on them, followed by the energy crisis. And now, I suppose worst of all, there was a government that pledged to see them, to see their contribution and to help them grow, to deliver growth. And this government is letting them down. I just feel so viscerally that enterprise and entrepreneurship should be rewarded. It's why I run local schemes in my constituency. I've got a Best Independent Shop competition running at the moment in line with Small Business Saturday last weekend. It's the 6th year I've run this competition. We get the results on Saturday. It's very hard fought on my Facebook site at the moment. Thousands of residents are voting, and they love doing it because residents like to show how much these independent traders, these little shops, mean to local jobs, to our communities, and to keeping vibrant and compelling high streets. Last year I held Best Pub competition, and after another very fierce public vote, the winner was the Windsor Castle in Hardway. And when I went to visit them to give them their certificate, I saw the time, the effort, the pride that their team put into everything they do, into the programme of events, into the decorations, into the hospitality they offer, just like all the other pubs that were on that long list, and how much local people value their local. But the message from these pubs, Madam Deputy Speaker, is stark. They are suffering. Despite the Chancellor's spin, the average hospitality business will see business rates rise by almost £20,000 over the next 3 years. The statistics have already been mentioned today very effectively by our front bench shadow minister. But these numbers are real lives, they're real jobs, they're real futures, and they represent an existential threat. That £20,000 represents an actual existential threat to the margins of these businesses. It will drive them to extinction. Combine that with rising energy costs, with the government's promise to tackle last year's overheads with last year's rise to national insurance. This is a perfect storm, and it's having a direct impact on jobs in my Gosport constituency, particularly jobs for young people. It's closing off traditional routes into work. As a parent, I know that a part-time Saturday job, seasonal job is so valuable. We probably all did it. My first job was Oliver's Shoe Shop in Waterlooville High Street, £10 a day. Madam Deputy Speaker, spent most of it on shoes. It taught me a lot. It taught me employability skills. It taught me how to save some money. Actually, not. I spent most of it on shoes. But it also taught me a very valuable lesson that I didn't want a career in retail or selling shoes. But all these are fantastic life lessons. They're fantastic experiences that prepare people for their future careers. And some of these are on contracts that the party opposite have such a visceral problem with. But yet they offer flexibility, they offer convenience, particularly during exam time when young people don't want to necessarily be doing all those hours. And there are sectors which need that flexibility: hospitality, leisure, events. We heard in the select committee this week, we heard from some of the major events, things like the London Marathon, that their number of staff that they need grows enormously as you go towards the event, and then obviously tails off afterwards. And these are sectors that offer the most chances for young people, and they are right in the crosshairs of the government's punishment. The evidence is clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Gosport. It couldn't be more tangible. Young people on out-of-work benefits has gone up 31% in the last year alone. A recent Telegraph article painted a really bleak picture of prospects for young people in my Gosport constituency. It makes for very tough reading. Yes, of course, I'll give her.
Thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Does she accept that More 18 to 24-year-olds are in employment than a year ago. 210,000 more, according to the November Labour Force survey. So the story of doom and gloom that she is explaining is not entirely the case.
Be the case, but he needs to read his data with just a little bit more accuracy, because the number in unemployment has also gone up. And as I just said, I'll repeat it again, it's gone up 31% in the last year in the Gosport constituency alone. And it's all very well swapping numbers across the chamber, but these are lives, these are futures, these are opportunities to get on a career ladder, and he should be ashamed of his party for what they're doing for young people in my constituency. It's the law of unintended consequences. If local businesses are not giving opportunities to young people, it impacts the fabric of a town. It impacts the social fabric of a town. I recently received an email from one of the pubs in Gosport who said, and I'm going to quote, "I can guarantee we will not be open this time next year if things continue. The Labour government is doing nothing to help this industry. The knock-on effect is to customers, to staff, to us, to jobless, to homeless. Sadly, there will be no British culture left, and that is the very sad truth of it. It's only the government at the moment who are gaining and laughing all the way to the bank. The place and the building and the whole customers, the whole aspect of the local pub will be no more," Madam Deputy Speaker, is what he said. And then there's the hair and beauty salon. And another fantastic industry worth £5 billion, and as much again in social value. But according to the National Hair and Beauty Federation, the government's tax policies are forcing businesses to make very tough decisions, taking on fewer staff, fewer apprentices, incentivising staff to become self-employed without all the protections that the government seem to think that they want to promote. The British Hair Consortium have warned of an existential drop-off of the number of apprentices entering the sector. A beauty parlour in Gosport recently told me that they weren't optimistic at all about the health of the sector over the next year, and they don't think the government are supportive of businesses like theirs. I will.
Thank you very much to the Speaker for giving way. Would she agree with me that the way to solve the crisis in apprenticeships in hair and beauty and the crisis in bogus self-employment in hair and beauty is to strengthen the single status of worker?
Yep.
Well, it's all very well supporting the status of work if there are jobs to offer people. But if you haven't got a job, you know, it's all very well having status, but if you haven't got a job to attach that status to, you feel like a bit of a lemon. And as I'm sure the Honourable Lady might do after that question. But the thing is, what businesses are saying, and she really should listen to them in her own constituency, actually, that they don't feel that the government are supporting them. And actually, you know, given her track record in her previous life, she should understand that these hair and beauty industries are industries that disproportionately employ a lot of young people, a lot of women, and are very often women-owned businesses. So this is a government that is not friendly to women-owned businesses either. Retail, hospitality, hair and beauty, taken together, these are all sectors that will prove the death knell of our high street. And the honourable gentleman from Harlow over there spoke about how important it is to see his high street regenerated. If we are going to regenerate our high streets and see them as living, breathing, vibrant things, we need to make sure that they are filled, that we reimagine them as places not just where we shop, but where we live, where we work, where we socialise, where we use our leisure activity. And that the only way that that's going to be delivered is if they are filled with small independent traders. But since the budget, over 1,000 pubs and restaurants have closed, the equivalent to 2 every day. Similar trend we're seeing in the Culture, Media and Sport Committee through our work on grassroots music venues, which are still closing at the rate of 2 a week. And similar to what my honourable friend for Hinckley and Bosworth said, they say the small business rate review outcome is nothing short of a disaster for them. A cap of 15% this year goes up to a 40% cap in 28-29. And that after transitional relief, that's what they're getting after transitional relief, and that still won't be the end of it. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to giving way. I think one of the concerns is when the Chancellor stood up and said they're changing business rates, there was some relief across the industry, but realising that actually what is happening is because the temporary relief that's been there for 5 years from the pandemic is now being stripped away. On the other hand, we're getting these new business rates, but actually they're much worse than they were before. So it's the cumulative effect of crossing both over that's causing the problem and why bills will actually go up rather than come down. Does she agree with me?
100%. He absolutely hits the nail on the head. This is what the Grassroots Music Venue Trust are saying. They say that despite multiple ministers on the record saying that business rates would go down for the live music sector, they cannot find a single venue in the country where bills will be lower. but it's really, of course I'll give way.
Honourable Lady for giving way. She may recall my Prime Minister's question last week, where I raised the case of Claire Howard Jewellery in Fakenham, just one of many shops that contacted me in the aftermath of the budget, where there's a real sense of anger that, on the one hand, the budget was claiming that there was a reduction in business rates, particularly for hospitality, retail and leisure, but their experience, looking at the numbers, was that it was going in exactly the opposite direction. Does she agree with me that there is a real sense of a breach of trust when you hear politicians saying one thing in public, when secretly, or in the small print, doing the opposite?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he's absolutely right to talk about this. They may be fooling their backbenchers, but they're not fooling our constituents. And it goes back to the wider question, which I know it isn't just members on this side of the House that are asking, our constituents are asking it too. Whose side are this Labour Party on? What is the strategy? And whose side are they on? Are they on the side of the business? That's not on the side of working people. 80,000 working people have lost their job in the hospitality sector alone. They aren't on the side of my constituents either. I've already, the Minister may not have been in the room when I mentioned it, but 31% more young people on unemployment benefit in the Gosport constituency in the last year alone. They're not on the side of my constituents. National insurance contribution rises have hit them disproportionately due to the very high proportion of people in my constituency who work in either caring or leisure or other service occupations. It's 3 times more than the national average. And the budget this year confirmed that Labour aren't on the side of our small businesses or our high streets either. It's why I welcome the Shadow Chancellor's plans to introduce that to 100% business rate relief for the retail, leisure and hospitality sector, and I think the Minister should look at it. So look, I want to bring my comments to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, but what I would say is that the Minister opened with his analogies to A Christmas Carol and likened the Shadow Minister to Ebenezer Scrooge, which is a travesty. He's nothing like Ebenezer Scrooge. But, well, The Christmas Carol can offer a cautionary tale to all of us, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's talk about Jacob Marley, the ghost whose heavy chains are a metaphor for the burdens he created in his actions in life. He says, "I wear the chains I forged in life." I hope the Minister's chains don't prove to be the misery that he and his government are delivering for businesses and our communities.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will beg the indulgence of the House just for a moment to welcome the opening this week on Marketplace in central Wednesbury of the new Walden restaurant. The menu looks absolutely delicious, and I very much look forward to sampling it soon. I also wanted to mention Chris Birch from the Swift Group in Wednesbury, who I met yesterday. He was in town to go to the Goldman Sachs 10K Small Businesses reception yesterday evening. Chris and his 36 employees, he's the managing director, it's a family-owned business, make industrial kitchens, commercial kitchens. He spoke to me about the help that he's received with solar panels that are going to be introduced on his buildings, and he's got a grant for that, with the grant to help with the CRM, with the help he's received from the Goldman Sachs scheme. And he also spoke to me, and I was so very pleased to hear this, and I know in particular the Minister for Small Business will be glad to hear this as well. He spoke to me about his recent success in winning a major government public procurement contract to supply every prison in the country with kitchen equipment. A huge multi-million-pound contract won by an SME, thanks to the targets that have been put in place to ensure that SMEs are able to access public procurement. And I know all of the House will be so very pleased to hear that, and that bit of the small business strategy is really beginning to take effect. And I thank Chris for coming down to Parliament and telling me about it yesterday, and I look forward to visiting him and his staff team soon. Now, in response to some of the points made in the debate today, I know, and none of us on this side will apologise for being a government in a hurry. Perhaps at times we do try to do many, many things at the same time. But there is a reason for that, which is opposition will teach you about the powerlessness of being unable to effect the things that you want to. And I can hear in the frustration of members opposite the regret they feel for their powerlessness in the face of a government doing things that they don't like. But it will be good to hear some of the members opposite apologise for the damage of the 14 years that has led us to the situation that we're in now. Of course I will.
He's apologising.
Grateful to the honourable lady for giving way, and I noticed that there's quite a lot of young people in the public gallery at the moment. The former government left almost record levels of low unemployment, and unemployment has gone up every month that this new government has been in power. So would she like to answer how this government in a hurry is actually heading in the right direction, and perhaps suggest when unemployment in her constituency and across the country might start to come down rather than continually going up?
Yeah, good question.
Member for his intervention, and as I'm sure he knows me well enough by now that I'm not going to indulge in silly games. But what I will say is that the priority for this government is to get the economy growing, which is why we're investing in infrastructure. It is why we are rebuilding our public services. It is why we've put the greatest level of investment in our public infrastructure. It is why we are investing £39 billion in house building, as I said to the member no longer in his place for North Dorset earlier today. It is why we are rebuilding our public finances. And yes, at times that does involve some difficult choices and some that not everyone may always agree with. But we are making the fair and the right choices, asking people with the broadest shoulders to bear the heavier load, rebuilding public services, helping with the cost of living, and yes, clearing up the Tory mess. We are cutting borrowing more than any other country in the G7, leading to a doubling of the headroom to £21.7 billion. We have the highest levels of public investment in 4 decades. We are backing entrepreneurs and fast-growing companies with tax breaks to list and to hire here in the UK. Our planning changes will back the builders. Devolution for local growth will mean local growth spreads outside London and the South East, something so very close to my heart and to the hearts of many in this place. And yes, we are proud to be putting up the national minimum wage so that people have more money in their pockets, because the core problem affecting the retail and hospitality industries is that people don't have money in their pockets to spend on our high streets, and they are getting wages going up, and they are going up faster than prices. Getting wages going up is the way to have people with more money in their pockets. It is, I will of course give way to my honourable friend from Rugby.
My honourable friend who's making an excellent speech. Did she notice yesterday that the leader of the opposition said that she didn't want the national minimum wage to increase at all? And does she think that this indicates that there might be a cold freeze in the air?
Antonio Bant.
I thank my honourable friend, and he reads my mind. This was the point I was just about to make. I was so sad to see the leader of the opposition abandon what was one of the better policies of the last government, that there should be a fast-rising national minimum wage at all times. I agreed with very little. I agreed with the last set of Prime Ministers before this one on very little, but one thing I did agree with them on was that it was right to maintain the machinery of the Low Pay Commission, a tripartite body where unions, businesses and academics come together with government to look at the prevailing conditions in the country, get out there and visit businesses of all types in all regions, in just a moment when I finish this point, of all types in all regions, including hospitality and retail, and set the national minimum wage at a level that would work both for workers and for businesses, an approach this government has continued. And I am sad to see that the leader of the opposition intends to abandon it and abandon low-paid workers to frozen pay. Of course I'll give way.
Grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. Would she acknowledge that under the last Conservative administration, the minimum wage rose, and at the same time we created 4 million new jobs and left unemployment at a record low? And the difference now is in only 17 months, unemployment has risen by 280,000 as a direct result of her government's policies. So our caution on the minimum wage is it is now at a level with their economic policies that they are pricing younger people out of work.
Antonio Bant.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I wouldn't wish to try his generosity, but it seems to me that I have already been generous in my tribute to the work of the previous government in continuing to maintain the machinery of the Low Pay Commission, something that this government has continued, and continuing to make sure that the national minimum wage rose. I will admit that many people in my position feared greatly in 2010 that the Conservatives would come into government, admittedly in coalition, and would immediately tear up the national minimum wage. And the fact that they didn't was a great thing. The pinning to 2/3 male median wages was a good thing. And I am so sad that the Leader of the Opposition has departed from the consensus on this point. The national minimum wage is set by a tripartite body. It is not too high because business were in the room arguing their case. The commissioners went out on visits around the country to look at the prevailing economic conditions. It is set by consensus using tripartite machinery, and it is important that all of us understand that that has served this country well, has made extreme low pay a thing of the past in this country, and I am sad that the Conservatives have departed from this consensus. On that point, I will.
I thank her for giving way. I think she makes an excellent point about the need to see the minimum wage increase. People who live in my constituency of Harrogate and Knaresborough simply can't afford to live or work in the area, and it's a real problem. But does she accept that it's not just minimum wage that's the issue for employers, but it's the combination of increasing employer NICs, business rates, and that's what people really, when you go out and speak to them, that's what they're worried about. Not necessarily the minimum wage, but the cocktail of this package that the government have introduced.
Thanks, Honourable Member, for his intervention, and he need have no fear about the extent to which I talk to businesses in my constituency and more widely. I see at least one employer every single week, often not in retail and hospitality, representing a manufacturing constituency like mine. I recognise the concerns, but I would say in this country we need to have a functioning set of public services. We need to have an NHS that wasn't asking people to wait as long as it was when we took up office. In my constituency, waiting lists have fallen by 45% for people waiting over a year for an operation. That is absolutely incredible, and it is achieved because of the difficult decisions our Chancellor of the Exchequer took to put money into the NHS. I know that many people regret that decision. They wish the ends, the reduced waiting list, but they do not will the means. On this side, we will not dodge hard choices. We will the ends and we will the means. And the budget, of course I will.
Lady Skidway, she's incredibly generous. I just wondered how she then feels given the focus on cutting waiting lists and tackling NHS challenges, how she feels about the National Insurance employer contributions, which also fell onto places like GP surgeries, care homes, children's hospices, in actual fact, that are also proving an enormous burden on the NHS and are sucking up quite a lot of the extra money that the government purports to be putting into it.
The Honourable Lady makes her point well, and she's made it. There's no need for me to respond on that point. I would also say that after 14 years of flatlining wages are now growing faster than prices. That is incredibly important, and I was so proud to see wages go up by more in the first 10 months of this government than they went up in the first 10 years of the last. And the budget did more on the cost of living, whether it be frozen fares, frozen prescriptions, frozen fuel duty, £150 off energy bills, and my favourite policy, thousands of pounds in the pockets of the poorest families in the UK, which they will spend on high streets like those in my constituency, Crancourt Lane, on Union Street in Wednesbury, in central Tipton at our shopping centre, because that is where low-income families spend any extra pound on food and on stuff for their kids. Of course I will.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's been characteristically courteous, and she is around this House. However, she's absolutely correct in outlining the choices and some of the policies that her government has made. But does she not agree with me that in order to have delivered those things, that is off the back of higher taxation, which means that the employers in this country have less money to employ people, which means that the proceeds of growth do not mean that there will be better public services. She's right that her government are spending more money, but that's on taxation. That's not on growth or entrepreneurship in this country because of the policies that her government's putting forward.
I thank the Honourable Member for his kind words and for his intervention. It is absolutely clear that alongside investment in public services, there is investment in infrastructure, there is investment in house building, there is investment in making sure that this is a good country to grow and scale a business. I am glad of those things. I am also glad that we took action to ensure that the poorest families are able to feed all of their children. The way to make the high street thrive is people with more money to spend. And I will also say, I will repeat the statistic that my friend, the member for Rugby, used. There are more 18 to 24s in work this year than there were a year ago, but neat numbers are still too high. People who are familiar with the constituency I represent will not be surprised to hear that they are particularly high in my corner of the Black Country. And this is in no small part due to the failures of the party opposite in government, not least during the pandemic, when they kept the schools closed but allowed pubs to open. Now, those opposite keep calling on us on this side to engage in further welfare reform, to cut the welfare bill. And it is interesting to me that when we do so, when we announce a clear, costed, proven, evidenced plan to get young people back into work, as we did this weekend, they then don't like it. It feels like history repeating itself. 15, 16 years ago, I remember the Future Jobs Fund and the way that the Future Jobs Fund gave hope to a generation of young people kicked out of work from a global financial crisis, no fault of their own. Hundreds of thousands of them got jobs through the Future Jobs Fund. It was particularly effective with the hardest to help young people and in tough labour markets in places like that, which I represent. And it was canned basically on day one by a Conservative Chancellor. I am so glad, I will do in just a moment, I am so glad that our Work and Pensions Secretary is building on the legacy of the Future Jobs Fund to help a new generation of young people. Happily give way.
Much like the Honourable Lady's constituency, my constituency relies on its manufacturing industry, and there our apprenticeship guarantees and support will make a huge difference to people in my constituency. But I look back at her history lesson and go back to the YTS scheme. I recently met someone who at 16 did a YTS apprenticeship, and he's just about to take over as Chief Operating Officer of the company that he works for. That's the difference that a good apprenticeship and investing in young people can make.
Explain.
I agree with my honourable friend, as I have done since the first time we worked together more than 20 years ago. On the subject of welfare reform, it is interesting to hear the advocacy for it. And of course, today we've heard a lot about the difficulties with business rates, and I won't rehearse the arguments that have been well made by my friends on the front bench about the action that this government is taking to help the hospitality and retail sectors on business rates. But I will make this point. We've heard repeatedly from the benches opposite that they would like to abolish business rates for retail and hospitality, and yet they don't have a plan to do what they say they want to do, because to pay for it, somehow they will find £47 billion worth of savings, and the majority of that will come through this indiscriminate cutting of the welfare budget. It is not clear to me how that is a credible plan when the annual welfare bill went up by £114 billion a year on their watch. Now, of course, you would not expect me to speak in a debate like this without talking about my pride in our Employment Rights Bill and our plan to make work pay. I am proud beyond words to speak for hospitality workers and for seasonal workers who will benefit from this bill. Earlier this week, I asked colleagues in the trade union movement to run the numbers based on government statistics as to how many workers will benefit from the reduction of the waiting period for protection from unfair dismissal from 2 years to 6 months. 6.3 million workers will benefit from that, from protection from being unfairly dismissed without due process for reasons that are not good enough. 36% of hospitality workers will benefit from that as well. I am so very glad that we are making rules that will benefit disproportionately the workers most likely to be exploited at work. Alongside that, our end, I will of course give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who continues to make an excellent speech, regarding unfair dismissal. I do think it's worth putting on to the record that much of the debate over recent hours and days and weeks has implied that employers will not be able to dismiss people. That's simply not the case. What we're talking about here is unfair dismissal, not dismissal. And so this is a right that has absolutely got to be at the heart of the biggest uplift in workers' rights that any government has brought in for a generation or perhaps more.
I agree with my friend, the member for Rugby, on that point. Employers may continue to dismiss as long as they do so for fair reasons and following a fair process. And good employers already do that. My favourite measures in the Employment Rights Bill, it could be a very long speech, but I'll bring myself to a close. I will. I will just say this. I am so proud of the ban on 0 hours contracts, and I suggest to my friends on the front bench that we should have a nice short reference period for that when the consultation comes out. I'm so proud of the plans on sick pay, on fire and rehire. I am so proud of our enhanced parental leave, on the fair pay agreement, on the triple SMB for school support staff. In conclusion, I often say that my goal is for people in my constituency to be able to take the family out for a curry on Friday night and not worry about the cost. I want that for all workers, including for the hospitality workers who are serving and cooking that curry, and the seasonal workers who make it such a pleasure when you're on the beach at Blackpool or when you're down at Brighton having that curry. That is why we need a government focused on growth. That is why we need new rights for every worker in the Employment Rights Bill and higher national minimum wage. Thank you.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall, of course, as you would expect, Madam Deputy Speaker, talk about my far-away and far-flung constituency. But first of all, I just want to say that the Honourable Member for Shipley, who's not with us now, what she said about carers rang a bell with me, absolutely, because I am a carer for my wife. And the member for Falkirk, when he talked about the jobs he'd had as a young man. Now, I try and affect in this place an urbane and smooth image, not very successfully, I might say. But what I can tell you is that owing to my father's, I love my father dearly, but owing to his rackety finances when I was a student, I had to work all the time that I was a student. And I had to do lots and lots and lots of jobs, that, the sort of thing that that member for Falkirk was talking about. And I remember being a kitchen porter. That is the lowest form of life in a big canteen. You get your backside kicked by every sous chef there is. And for the record, I was very glad that I was a member of the Transport and General Workers Union at the time. Right. Yes, because I went to my shop steward because a particularly obnoxious sous chef was really a bully. And so I'm grateful to that then august institution. So there we are. That's something you didn't know about me. I am surprised, I'm bound to say, that the Honourable Member for Great Yarmouth was here, but the absence of the Scottish National Party and reform is surprising, because whichever side in the argument you take, this is a colossally important issue. Now, to turn to my own constituency. Now, much has been made of the hospitality, the importance of seasonal workers to hospitality, and it is absolutely true. And in conversation this morning with Mr. Murray Lamont, the owner and manager of Mackay's Hotel in Wick, he stressed to me that, particularly in this time of year, in the run-up to Christmas, that these workers are crucial. He's actually a very, very good employer indeed, but without that, his business could not tick. I might actually just point out, for a digression to an interest of the Chamber, mention has been made of Ebenezer Scrooge. Well, Mackay's Hotel in Wick is actually in Ebenezer Place, which is the shortest street in the United Kingdom. It is 6 foot 9 inches long. So think about that. So if any honourable and right honourable members find themselves in Wick, I do recommend going to Mackay's Hotel. Mr. Murray Lamont is a charming man. I want to talk, secondly, about something that the Chamber will not know about. It is called potato roguing. Now, I know I have a reputation of talking about the seed potatoes a lot in this place, and so I shall continue in that vein. When you grow seed potatoes, they have to be of the highest quality, because people in Lincolnshire or whatever, or indeed in Europe, they buy them because they're the best seed potatoes, and they come from my part of the world. But if you have a dodgy spud in your bag of seeds, whatever make of potato that is, then that's no good at all. So we have seasonal workers whose job is to walk down the lines of potatoes, identifying one that's not the right species, pulling it out, or one that's diseased. Mosaic virus is important. So again, to name check a constituent, Mr. James Gordon of Bindle Farm, a potato grower of excellence, tells me that without these seasonal workers, he would be in trouble. He is exporting the best quality potatoes to the south of England and across the Channel. So my plea is a simple one. Some say this and some say that in this argument. I get that. But at the end of the day, what matters to me and my constituents is that these seasonal workers are given the help that they need, whatever form that may take, and also to their employers, and that they're recognised for just what an important part of the economy of one of the most remote and far away parts of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sorry to talk about potatoes all the time.
Oh, Anna, go ahead. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In South East Cornwall, we truly know and value the pressures of seasonal work. It can be unreliable and involve unsociable hours, yet it is hugely valuable and remains a vital part of our Cornish economy. The government is taking steps to make seasonal work more secure and increase fairness. Tourism is a key part of our local economy and supports many livelihoods. It's because of our wide range of hospitality venues, retail locations and small businesses, powered by hard-working and dedicated staff, that make that offer possible. Seasonal work has helped families and local businesses for generations, like our cafes and restaurants in Lewes and Polperro, retail shops in Lostwithiel, or helping to pick vegetables and flowers near Liskeard. There are more 18 to 24-year-olds in employment than there were a year ago, and the Employment Rights Bill strengthens good practice in the workforce, helps people into work and protects their well-being. I want to thank local businesses for their hard work, their always incredibly interesting visits they invite me to regularly, and when I meet with them, they tell me of both their concerns and their hopes for the future. Recently, I was very glad to have the opportunity. Yes, I will give way. Fox. Oh, no, you're making.
I'll take this, but the rest of it I won't. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she's right. And would she agree with me that there's a balance to be struck, as with every policy, between employment rights on the one hand and business growth on the other? And the sign as to whether or not an economy has got it about right is whether employment and growth are going hand in hand or not. And does she share my concern that as a result of the policies of this current government, the fact that unemployment is going up month after month, and particularly youth unemployment, that is a warning sign that the balance is not correct?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I agree with him on certain points around the importance of balance, but I won't make a habit of agreeing in totality. And no, I think there's a huge amount of other things within the economy, which I'm about to get to in my speech, that I wish to focus on. So when I spoke with my local publican, his words particularly struck me last week. And what he said was this. He said his workforce absolutely deserve support. He said his workforce are the heart of his business, and it's important to remember that as we move forward with this work. And the party opposite, including the Honourable Member who just intervened, is calling for this bill to be scrapped in its entirety. I struggle to see how that shows respect for seasonal workers. I struggle to see how that shows respect when they would be denied sick pay to lower paid workers and expect people to turn up when they're unwell, putting colleagues and customers at risk. The publican I spoke to talked to me about that and several other things. I think that approach is wrong. I think it's unfair. I think it's out of touch. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we show our values by how we treat those who keep the economy moving, both business owners and those in their workforce. Supporting workers to recover from illness in particular helps them to return to work sooner and stronger. Business owners know that. I hear that from them frequently. So I welcome the government's action to improve employment rights in the sector, including in the seasonal workforce. Tackling exploitative zero-hour contracts and one-sided flexibility is beneficial for employers. It reduces recruitment costs through increased staff retention and levels the playing field on enforcement. These are good steps. They're good steps for workers and for businesses. And after years of stagnated productivity, our communities deserve this step forward. Seasonal work will always have a vital place in Cornwall, but families also need year-round employment so they can plan for their future and avoid hardships through the winter months. And that means creating skilled, secure opportunities through projects like the new Kernow Industrial Growth Fund, secured by Cornish Labour MPs and as part of this Labour budget. This will give communities across Cornwall a path to long-term prosperity as we work with them and the seasonal workforce in other ways. Cornwall draws millions of visitors each year, and we must ensure that the system works just as well for the residents who welcome them. So I welcome that this government has set out how employment rights help boost productivity and by doing so ultimately supports stronger economic growth and higher living standards. Seasonal workers deserve to be part of those improvements, and I will keep working with the government to deliver just that.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In constituencies like mine, seasonal, flexible and part-time working is central to the local economy. Seaside towns like Bognor Regis and Littlehampton thrive on the cafes and attractions along the seafront and the pubs and shops on the high street. During the booming summer season, these businesses rely on seasonal workers to meet the demands of the tourists who flock to enjoy our wonderful stretch of Sussex coastline. Many seasonal workers are young people taking their first step on the career ladder during school, college or university holidays, or long-term unemployed people looking for a route back into work. Exactly. Even parents and pensioners who benefit from being able to work when it suits them to do so. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in writing this speech, I cast my mind back to my early jobs, chopping vegetables in my local harvester, waitressing in every imaginable kind of environment on a part-time basis when those restaurants needed me, and indeed earning sometimes double, even triple my wages if I was prepared to work on Christmas Day or on New Year's Eve, which as a student I welcomed, and then on into the pubs who employed me during my university career. All of those roles probably unviable now. And yet it is the retail, leisure and hospitality sectors which provide these vital jobs that are bearing the brunt of the government's damaging economic policies. After the Chancellor's first budget last October, more than 89,000 hospitality workers have lost their jobs. That's over 50% of all jobs lost in that time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government tells us that the Employment Rights Bill, the darling of the trade unions, will make life better for working people. They're wrong. The Institute of Directors warn the bill is already undermining job creation. And research by FTI Consulting finds that 59% of SMEs will have to cut jobs. But don't take it from me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Listen to Ash, who co-owns Harbour Park, a seaside amusement park in Littlehampton. From ensuring the rides run smoothly to keeping visitors well-fed and hydrated, local attractions like Harbour Park rely on seasonal workers to open their doors every summer. After the Chancellor's disastrous second budget a fortnight ago, Harbour Park will see their business rates rise by 72.6%. despite the so-called transitional discount. In 2026 to 27, that increased by a further 97.5%.
Will you give way on that point?
Of course I'll give way.
I should make clear that I spent my career before coming into politics running a leisure business rather. So I'm intimately familiar with seasonal workforce. I employed about 1,000 people as part of my job. Did she not agree with me that it's not just the business rates going up, so your fixed costs going up, the uncertainty to the consumer confidence, the not to consumer confidence caused by both this year and last year, the leaking up to the budget knocks the people coming through the gate as well. So your turnover is depressed just at the same time as your fixed costs are rising. It is an absolutely catastrophic combination for people who are trying to earn a living and employ others.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Of course, he's absolutely right. With the Business and Trade Select Committee, we had a number of businesses who came into Parliament to tell us about the stasis that the the leaks in the run-up to the budget caused their businesses. But of course, as you say, that feeds through into the general population who know the costs that businesses are having to incur are getting to a point where they can no longer sustain them. So, of course, people are concerned for their jobs. They know that having more employment rights, if they haven't got a job, is of no use to them whatsoever. So my honourable friend makes a valid and viable, very important point. So just going back to Harbour Park, the increase in their costs will mean an extra £40,000, seriously impacting their ability to employ young people and to give them a start in the job market. And then last weekend, I met Catherine, who runs the Navigator Hotel in Bognor Regis. She employs young people in Bognor Regis to work when she needs them, during the busy summer months when tourists fill the hotel rooms, drink in the bar and eat in the restaurant. Catherine told me that she started her business full of hope, but she now works a full-time second job just to stay afloat after the imposition of so many additional costs and taxes on her. And she is doing this not just to keep her business afloat, but to ensure that the 10 employees who work in her hotel still have jobs to go to. I will give way on that point.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way on that point. I don't believe she's yet got one of these Devo mayors, but she can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe she's yet got one of these devolution mayors. We have in York and North Yorkshire, and they are now looking at how they might implement a tourist tax. I just wondered if she might be able to give her thoughts on the impact that would have. When I met with the Harrogate District Chamber of Commerce and spoke to the hoteliers in my area, they're really concerned about how this will suck money out of towns like Harrogate and pass it off to other areas. So I don't know if she might give any, that's an additional cost, and I wonder what her thoughts on that might be.
I am incredibly grateful to the honourable member for making this point, because it takes me back to this conversation with Catherine this weekend, and I hope she won't mind me saying this. She was almost in tears and so emotional at the prospect of a tourist tax being imposed by a Sussex mayor that will come in next year. So that's been delayed as well, hasn't it? But into another year. So yeah, the rapid rollout isn't going quite so well. The emotion that I witnessed and the fear in her voice when she described it will not leave me for a long time. So I'm very grateful to the honourable member for raising what a pernicious tax that could be. I will give way.
I really do thank you for giving way, and I'm really looking forward to a tourist tax coming to Edinburgh next year. Because like local authorities in England, we benefit greatly from tourism, and it's fantastic for the city, but it does have impacts on the operation of the council in terms of litter, etc. And what the tourist tax does is help the council make the place better for citizens, but also for tourists. And the idea is it will actually drive tourism, bring more business to the city. And I'm sure the honourable lady, I'm sure she's well travelled, I'm sure she's been to many places right across Europe, and she's never thought twice about paying the tourist tax. And she'll have benefited from how that money's invested in those local economies. So what is different about English towns and cities that means that it's just not going to work here?
I thank the honourable member for his question, and of course I'm delighted to answer this question because there's a very important difference. And in the UK right now, the tourist economy is being hammered by increased minimum wage, the employment rights bill, high energy costs. I could go on. They are businesses on our high streets, but particularly seasonal businesses who are now really having to bear the brunt of the employment rights bill. They are suffering. And if you had met the hotel owner in Bognor Regis, a tourist town, if you had met her, I think you would be really questioning what you're saying.
Continue. Please be seated. I have no desire to meet your local businesses. You're obviously directing it to the honourable member. Please continue.
My apologies to Madam Deputy Speaker. The short answer is, if it was one single tax instead of
multiple taxes, then quite possibly it would be a good idea. In the current context of multiple taxes which are drowning businesses into oblivion, it is not a good idea. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the unemployment rights bill passes, Ash and Catherine will have to offer guaranteed hours to their flexible seasonal workers even during off-season troughs. With increased employer national insurance contributions and the national minimum wage rising again, these fixed schedules make hiring people unviable. Far from protecting people working seasonably and flexibly, by enforcing businesses to provide guaranteed hours throughout the year, the Employment Rights Bill will threaten their jobs. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government should be supporting businesses like Harbour Park and the Navigator Hotel that give young people their first job and keep coastal towns like Bognor Regis and Littlehampton alive. Instead, they're putting them in a vice. Ministers must change course, withdraw the Employment Rights Bill, reverse the tax hikes, and back the flexible, seasonal jobs our communities rely on before more businesses close and more workers lose their jobs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the late, great Andy Williams sings, it's the most wonderful time of the year. But I'm afraid that is actually not true if you are a farmer, a business owner, or in retail, hospitality, or leisure. Following the Chancellor's budget just 2 weeks ago, the only line in that song that resonates is there being scary ghost stories caused by the Chancellor's announcements and memories of tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago before Labour got in. One of the many problems I think that we face with the government's approach to working is that they start with the premise that any flexible or part-time working or zero-hour contract is by nature wrong and unfair. But it simply reflects the needs of the market and businesses at any given moment, and personal preference too. Take food production. It should be obvious, but it is often seasonal and cyclical. The labour demands of farming and horticultural businesses are variable and difficult to forecast with 100% accuracy. Crop conditions, weather conditions and customer demand all contribute to the inherent unpredictability in food production. On Monday night, Labour and Liberal Democrat MPs voted against an amendment from the other place to insert a proper definition of seasonal work into the Employment Rights Bill. Reform didn't even bother to show up. The government has instead proposed an amendment to consult, another issue that the government hopes it can just kick into the long grass and hope that we forget about it. This difficulty to forecast also spills through into the hospitality sector, as has been acknowledged. With benefits ballooning and the tax bill for working man increasing day by day, everyone is feeling the pinch, and they're all tightening their belts, so it becomes incredibly hard to forecast the current levels of need. Now, I was speaking to one of my local businesses, a hospitality business, who have already been hit by a 900,000 NICS bill this year alone. And the Chancellor, and they were trying to explain to me, essentially, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the impact of NICS and what that actually means in reality, because I think we throw around large numbers, but we don't actually understand the intricacies of that. Now, the Chancellor has said to the Treasury Select Committee that she didn't see the link between the NICS increases and unemployment. I just failed to see how she can't see that link. As NICS is paid, basically, let's do a NICS 101. NICS is paid on a month-by-month basis, and when someone earns £417 a month, then it is triggered. So if a student or anyone just worked for 1 month and did more than 35 hours in a month at minimum wage, businesses will then have to pay that additional 15% of national insurance on every pound above £417. So when cash is king, if you roll that out, no wonder businesses are then thinking that they can't take on any other employees or even questioning. Absolutely, out of the way.
She's making a very important point about this, but it's not just or even primarily the increase from 13.8 to 15% on the overall rate. It's the number at which it kicks in being reduced from 9,200 from memory down to 5,000. That has a particular impact on the part-time employed, the youth employment, and the lower wage employment, because it means that you start paying NICs as an employer much earlier on in people's pay journey. And does she agree with me that that's exactly why we're seeing youth unemployment rising as well as general unemployment rising?
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, the honourable member makes an entirely valid and correct point, and that is why we started to see the rise of unemployment in South Northamptonshire amongst the 16 to 25-year-olds. So it's exactly on that point alone. And the business owner I was speaking to was saying the problem is you start at this level, but that increase has to push up across all wages, across all levels of business. So suddenly businesses are finding themselves drowning in the amount of money that they're having to pay or potentially pay, but that therefore is going to stifle the market. I mean, we even talked to some of my hairdressers. I mean, hairdressers have been mentioned numerous times to the Minister, but they have said to me the impact of NICs means that, according to the British Hair Consortium, there will be no new apprentice starts in 2027. That's staggering, and it's appalling when the government is talking about all these opportunities for younger members. Of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She may be aware that just across the channel, of course, in France, high regulation, high tax has led to consistent, long-term, high youth unemployment. As Andy Williams also saying, there's a lesson to be learned from this, and you don't have to look too far.
Terrible. As always, my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and Andy Williams is getting a lot more airtime than I think any of us imagined today. But I think it's really important that... Oh, sorry, of course I'll give way.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about Mr. Williams, so I can't add to this love fest of Williams. I wonder if she's reflected, as I have, that where we have households which have been workless for quite a long period of time, very often those sort of temporary, seasonal intro jobs show our young people the value of work, the importance of work, the benefit of work to themselves, what it can do for their families and their communities. And when those opportunities are reduced, so that opportunity and potential for social mobility is going to be curtailed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And absolutely, and we really do need to be encouraging that next generation through into the workforce. And at the moment, I just can't see that they're getting any of these opportunities. And this is something that the government is so proud to try and promote, but yet, look at the impact, look at the figures. There can be no denying that we are achieving none of what they are hoping to achieve in the future. But look, of course I'll
give way. We across these benches are mainstream parties. We have to develop solutions to the problems that we face, partly because we know that in our chamber we have the likes of reform. Now, our country is in debt to the tune of 2.7 trillion, and we're spending around 105 billion each year to service the debt before we spend any money on anything else. And we have to, therefore, in this difficult situation, think about how we come up with those solutions. If we also are to fund our public services to get people back into work, which helps to grow the economy, and we are to do the other things that we as a country want to do, what is the right way of raising the funds which allow our country to pay down our debt, to pay down the amount that we're spending each year to service our deficit, and also bring the change that people want in delivery of public services? And please don't say welfare reform, because I agree with you, we need to do welfare reform. If I may, I agree with you that we need to do welfare reform, and the Milburn Review and the Timms Review are going to be critical to taking forward an effective welfare reform package. But what else would she do?
I thank the honourable member. At least he has acknowledged that you actually have to repay debt, unlike the Green Party, who suddenly believe that repaying debt interest isn't actually a viable or true alternative in this world. But the member denies about welfare. That is a fundamental element of that. And so I'm glad to see that he agrees with that. But there's so much more. So why are you going? Why is the party opposite increasing that welfare bill? But then the members have to actually grow the economy, and that means supporting the businesses, giving them the opportunities, reducing tax, putting more money in each of our pockets to be able to grow that. And unfortunately, we can see from everything that has come from the government so far, the economy is not growing. So, watch this space, but this is a problem we're going to be struggling with. But anyway, South Northamptonshire has 95 pubs, which are obviously crucial to our rural community and to our economy. And they are a great example of a place where you can start with young people in their first jobs. I know there's one, the White Hart in Hackleton, and they said there was a young girl who has Down syndrome and she couldn't actually get a job outside of the village because of transport issues. She had her first job there, but that job will be threatened by all the measures from this government. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way again. The Centre for Policy Studies has undertaken an analysis of all the impacts of both the last budget and the one last month on the cost of employing 18 to 20-year-olds. And the shocking figure is that it will cost an employer £4,000 a year more to employ a single person between the age of 18 and 20. Given that, is she surprised that employers, just like the pub that she was mentioning, are taking very rational decisions not to give young people jobs?
I agree entirely, and I am devastated to hear it, because that is exactly not what we need from this society and for people, for the young generation going forward. I mean, research from the Taxpayers Alliance showed that in 2024, the average pub paid almost £100,000 per year in taxes on the sale of just alcoholic drinks alone. And then add to that the changes to BPR that's coming and the recent increase to employers' NICs, hospitality is really being smothered. But there is a way out. There is no need for an enforced and permanent dry January. The Conservatives have a plan, and in that plan it includes the abolition of business rates for hundreds of thousands of high street businesses. Now, the government benches often deny it, but pubs and shops have seen their business rates bills more than double under this government. And we say that it is not more government that is needed in this situation to bring back the festive cheer to our high streets, but it is government getting out of the way and allowing businesses and entrepreneurs to actually flourish. There is a big difference between business and the government. Businesses, as has been mentioned, take risks with their own money. Yep. They provide jobs and they grow the economy. They are brave, as the member for Gosport said earlier in her speech. But this government just risks taxpayers' money, destroys jobs and contracts the economy. Particularly, I look to my farming community. I have 550 farms. They are the driver, they are the lifeblood of South Northamptonshire. And one of the biggest issues they have, alongside things like NICs, is the inability to be able to plan. A lot of discussion has been had about we've got to help companies grow for the future. Part of that growth requires the ability to make long-term plans. Now, we have seen under this government the removal of SFI and capital grants have gone on and off. There's a double cab pickup tax, there's a fertiliser tax, then you add in NICs, employers' insurance tax, and then obviously the changes to APR and BPR. How are they possibly, A, supposed to plan, and B, supposed to be investing in the future? One of the members earlier talked about the importance of the construction industry. Sorry, of course.
I'm grateful. Can I just take it back to that point about planning? How can businesses be expected to plan if, having been told in 24, one budget was a one-off tax rate, 25 was an unforeseen second tax rate, but no further plans? Well, that's not a promise that one can necessarily rely upon. The presumption that there will be more next year. How can businesses be expected, whether they're agricultural, industrial or whatever, plan for growth, for investment, for job creation, when they have absolutely no idea at all of the trajectory of the tax take which the Treasury is hell-bent upon?
Yeah, very, very good.
And I thank my honourable friend, because he makes exactly that point. It was mentioned earlier on about the importance of the construction industry and how they were going to give more construction sort of apprenticeships and jobs to young people, but fundamentally, for those jobs to be offered, we need people to be investing in the first place, and actually companies are not. They can't make the decisions. They don't know where the money is coming. They don't know where the money will next be taken from them, and so we are not creating the environment for them in which to grow. And I don't see anyone disagreeing with me on the other benches from that, so I think it clearly makes its own point. I asked them, of course.
Well, friend, what seems to be missing on the benches opposite is any recognition of the growing anger among young people at the fact they're being shut out of the jobs market. It's the most damaging time in your life when you're young to be barred from work. And just, not in an Andy Williams, but the Minister didn't seem to be an Andy Williams fan, as the Clash sang under a previous Labour government, career opportunities are the ones that never knock. Not under Labour.
Absolutely. And I asked in the Prime Minister's questions earlier on about the fair choices that this government has made, and I just think that fundamentally these choices that they've made are not fair. I mean, trying to introduce a digital ID scheme that is going to cost, well, unfunded from the government, but could cost up to at least £1.8 billion on something that most of the public do not want, given that 3 million people signed the petition against it as a minimum, and then saying that, you know, inflicting all these tax hits on all of our businesses, it's just madness. There is absolutely no sense of direction from this government. It is not a pro-growth chancellor, but a no-growth chancellor, and that will be the legacy that is left. So look, I never thought that a Christmas song could also sum up a government's economic approach, but if you look at We Wish You a Merry Christmas, it really appears that we are, and we won't go until we get some phase from this government for when they're demanding figgy pudding or more like tax in this instance. So I'm really hoping, though, that the government will see the light and that eventually they will help businesses to unlock, reach their potential, and let them have a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Yeah. Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am very fortunate to represent a beautiful part of the Somerset coast. Burnham-on-Sea, Barrow and Breen all have lovely sandy beaches and are visited by many holidaymakers every year. Seasonal tourism is not just part of the local economy, it is the bedrock of those communities. Our motion today regrets the many measures introduced by this government that hit both the economy at large and has a particularly bad impact on those areas dependent on hospitality and tourism. The effects are even worse for those businesses who employ seasonal workers. I've said before that whilst this government was elected on a promise to go for growth, most of their actions over the last 17 months seemed designed to achieve the opposite. Yeah. Before the election, many businesses backed this new government. They believed the Chancellor's prawn cocktail offensive. They thought this government would be a reincarnation of the Blair government, which at least in its early years managed to control public expenditure. Instead, it seems to be the very worst of Wilson, Callaghan and Healey. The reality is that rather than implement the modest tax rises and spending increases contained in their manifesto, Labour increased taxes by £40 billion last year and a further £26 billion this year. A huge increase in taxes on businesses and hard-working families to pay for more welfare spending. All the businesses I speak to in my constituency are suffering. They have lost any faith they ever had in this government, and who can blame them? The Globe Inn in North Petherton is a fantastic local pub. This year, it won't pay any business rates, but that will rise in 2029-30 to £5,000 a year. That's 10,000 extra pints they will have to sell just to pay the government's higher taxes. Now, this might not sound a lot to Labour ministers sitting opposite, but I can assure them that for a small business with a tiny profit margin, any additional cost can have a hugely negative impact. And it's not just business rates that are going
up.
On
that point?
I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I think there is a mistake that we can fall into here, which we talk of SMEs as though they are corporate entities, and on many occasions they are simply not. They are often a husband and wife team working incredibly long hours, their business part of their family. It's often living above the shop. And I say all this because I was in my local pub the other day, the Greyhound, and the tenant who runs that, he and his wife, told me that the outcome of the government's changes in tax policy was that they were covering the shifts that would have been covered by employees that they've already let go. But the cost isn't just economic, it's also hugely damaging to their relationship, to their whole way of life. It's incredibly stressful. Does he accept that it's not just economic, but it's societal, the damage that's being caused by this?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making that point, and I agree with him. And in fact, the Globe Inn isn't a husband and wife team, but it's a mother and daughter team. Yeah. And these extra costs bear heavily on their business. And it's not just business rates that are going up. There's also the hated jobs tax that we've heard about earlier, and the consequences of the anti-jobs employment bill. Now, on paper, Madam Deputy Speaker, guaranteed hours and scheduling rules sound protective of workers. But for seasonal workers whose livelihoods depend on flexibility, immediate availability and quick uptake of short-term work, these measures risk doing precisely the opposite. Let us take some examples. Forcing employers to offer guaranteed hours after a short reference period will make businesses reluctant to take on seasonal staff at all. I know this from experience in Burnham-on-Sea, where who turns up will depend very often on the weather. If you have 2 or 3 weeks of very good weather, you will need lots of seasonal workers. This could be followed in this great country of ours by many weeks of rainy weather. What do you say to the employer that's now contractually bound to offer work for employees that aren't required because the tourists are not there? I'm happy to be clear.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for allowing me to intervene. I just wanted to reflect on Harbour Park in my constituency, where they would be required to pay people rain or shine, and at a time when they're receiving no income from visitors. Would you agree with me that this is going to cause many businesses acute hardship?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. She's correct. In fact, what will probably happen is many businesses will offer less work. And it tells us that these regulations have been drawn up by people who have never run a business. Yeah. When a farm, a holiday park or a festival operator knows they might be legally required to provide fixed hours, even when demand disappears with a change of weather or tourist numbers, the safest option will be not to hire so many people. It should not surprise this government when this is what they decide to do. Seasonal workers could see fewer opportunities, shorter seasons, and more competition for every shift. Secondly, the strict advance notice rules and penalties for changing shifts might offer security for those longer-term part-time workers, but seasonal work often depends on rapid last-minute scheduling. If a grower can't schedule pickers until they know the fruit is ready, or an events company can't bring in extra hands until bookings spike, they may be forced to reduce the number of workers they engage at all. And the added liability on agencies will shrink the pool of temp placements that many seasonal workers rely on. It is natural that agencies will become far more cautious about taking on temps. No doubt some will pull out of short seasonal contracts altogether. This means fewer people will be in short-term work. Fewer people will be building experience in their first jobs. Fewer will have the stepping stones to full-time employment. This bill will act as a hammer blow to seasonal work. Employers will hesitate to hire, and workers will lose the very flexibility that makes seasonal work viable.
My honourable friend's making a powerful speech, and he's entirely right about the impact on seasonal workers. But we should always look beyond the producers to the consumers. What will the impact be at music festivals and all sorts of events all around the country, community events? We will see higher prices, we will have less competition and less choice. Socialism in action. Everybody losing, including society as a whole.
Grateful to my right honourable friend, he makes a powerful point with which I agree. The combination of extra cost and extra regulations means it becomes incredibly burdensome for small businesses to afford to take on staff. The above inflation increases to the minimum wage add further pressure, and this all has a disproportionate effect on industries like hospitality and tourism. My constituent, Cathy, owns a shop in Burnham-on-Sea, which she has run for 20 years. But the recent changes imposed by the Chancellor are making it harder and harder for her to operate. Cathy currently employs 3 16-year-olds. Increases in the minimum wage and future changes to employment law will force her to stop the practice of giving youngsters their first job. There are only so many tasks you can give someone of this age, but now salary increases and other changes make this prohibitive. 2 of the 3 will be leaving, and Cathy tells me they will not be replaced. Is it any wonder that youth unemployment is rising? Many businesses will think, why risk it? Now, every Labour government leaves office with higher unemployment than when they started. Last July, unemployment was 4.4%. It's now 5%. And that 0.6% increase doesn't sound very much to Labour members, but it's actually an extra 282,000 people out of work and claiming benefit. And I fear we have not reached the peak, because while unemployment is rising, business confidence is falling. The Prime Minister and Chancellor cling to their jobs, telling their nervous backbenchers that it is they, and only they, that the markets trust. I have to say that this boast is not all it might appear. What it really means is that the alternatives are so awful that they would tax and borrow and spend even more, that if Keir and Rachel disappear, all confidence...
The honourable member knows better than to refer to members by name.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if the current Prime Minister and the current Chancellor were to disappear, that all confidence in the government would collapse. It does seem the Prime Minister has as much faith in his cabinet as the rest of us have in him. It is unfortunate that this government is comprised almost entirely of people from public sector, academic or union backgrounds. Precious few have ever operated a business. They don't understand how running a business works, and it shows. But there is another path this government could take, because it is not too late. And I call upon the government to withdraw their employment rights bill, to go back on their budget, to get rid of their benefit street budget and lower taxes for hard-working families and businesses. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Griffith.
Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to serve under you. We've heard today from members across this House who understand a fundamental truth. The hospitality, in particular sector, is the cornerstone not only of our economy, but our society as well. It's a great strength of our parliamentary system that we all represent unique districts that are all, one way or another, replete with high streets, hospitality businesses, pubs, restaurants, hotels that we all in this House wish to support. And we've also observed on both sides the importance in binding our communities together, giving people a warm place to stay, a refuge from loneliness, keeping our high streets vibrant. These are the places, Madam Deputy Speaker, where life happens. But we've also heard today about how hospitality performs a vital and arguably unique role in providing the next generation with that vital first step on the career ladder. I imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many of us had our very first experience, that priceless exposure to the world of work to become world ready in retail or hospitality. Certainly I did myself, and we've heard many other such examples. And it does this because, precisely because, it's a feature, not a bug, that it provides flexible, seasonal work that allows young people to earn their first wage, combine that with other responsibilities or opportunities, and in so doing learn the important dignity of labour. And as we've heard from honourable and right honourable friends, it is in particular pubs, hotels and restaurants who are hurting as the direct result of the choices the Chancellor made, not just in last year's budget, but then once again in this year's budget, delivered at that dispatch box just a few weeks ago. Now, in my own South Downs constituency, more than a dozen venues have contacted me just in the last 24 hours, hearing about the debate that we are having in this place today. Ruth and Martin at the Cricketers in Duncton described to me how their rates are going up by £4,500 to £5,000 a year, money they do not have. The Fox Goes Free in Charlton has been a public house for over 400 years, continuously servicing their community, and like every pub, making that huge contribution. And their business rates bill has increased by more than £13,000 next year. Now, bear that in mind when somebody from that side of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, talks about how they've introduced permanently lower business rates. It's a laughable idea. I've heard similar and worse from the Murrell Arms in Eastergate, the Half Moon Inn at North Chapel, the Labouring Man in Cold Waltham, and the Onslow Arms in Loxwood. But lest that's not happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, because on budget day, Tom, the landlord of the King's Head in Heddon, heard that business rates were going to be cut for businesses like his. Instead, it's gone up from, the rateable value has gone from £9,000 to £32,000 on that pub, which provides such an important service to the people of Heddon and the surrounding villages.
Well, my right honourable friend is exactly right, and I wouldn't incur any wrath by accusing anybody of misleading this House. But I'm afraid it's exactly the same story that I've heard from the Bridge Inn in Amberley, the Star and Garter in Eastdean, the Bricklayers Arms in Midhurst, and the Black Horse in Byworth. These cannot surely be a coincidence. These cannot be isolated examples of the permanently lower business rates that the Chancellor... Of course I'll give way, and I'm looking forward to hearing about how one understands that statement about the permanently lower business rates that this government has introduced, of which we cannot seem to find an example.
If the honourable gentleman would like to come and walk with me down the high street in Saltaire, where the property valuations mean that actually many of the businesses will be having lower business rates in absolute terms. And the point is, has the right honourable gentleman explained to his local pubs that this property revaluation has been hanging around for many, many years, but his Tory government did nothing to actually implement it, and that is the main reason why some of his pubs may be experiencing some increases due to property valuation, not to do with the business rates? Yeah.
I hear the honourable lady's point, and I'm glad she's found some examples. I note she neither in that intervention nor her remarks earlier actually went as far as naming any of those, and I'll happily take another intervention if she'd like to do so. I've named many such examples. The revaluation exercise on pubs is not some long delayed exercise. It's a routine frequent time frame that the valuation office goes through. So this isn't something that's been pent up for many, many years. This is just the process of revaluation that goes on. And of course, when it comes to the rubber hitting the road of how much business rates is being levied on pubs, how much cash will leave their stretched businesses struggling with all the different ranges of costs. What matters to them is the net effect of revaluation, this government's removal of the retail, hospitality and leisure relief that we on this side of the House put in, and of course the ongoing rates multiplier. In fact, every pub and hotel that I've spoken to in my rural constituency bear out precisely the figures from UK Hospitality and the British Beer and Pub Association that we've heard many times today, and I know they ran drop-ins in this House earlier today for members on both sides of the House. And Tom Richardson at the Three Moles in Selham explained to me how it is the turnover basis of assessing rateable values combined with the cost headwinds that this government has amplified. I'll be so kind as to imply they wouldn't all happen from the 1st of July in 2024, but nevertheless the choices that the government's made, in particular that change in the national insurance rates and the change in thresholds on national insurance, has enormously pushed up the cost of employment. On top of that, businesses are still waiting for the promised reduction in energy prices, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether it's electricity costs or heating oil. Those prices have more than doubled in some cases. At Tottingham Manor Hotel in Henfield, they've got to find nearly £50,000 extra due to employment costs changes that this government have made. And it's no surprise, and we heard again and again from colleagues this afternoon, how pub and hotel owners are at the end of their tether. Nobody should want to preside over a series of choices where one landlord told me they've not been able to draw a wage from their pub for the last 6 months. Another told me how she was working 7 days a week, 16, 17 hours a day, just trying to keep their pub open. The cost of hiring staff, as we heard from many colleagues today, has become so prohibitive that owners are having to cut back. They're not able to hire or support or sustain staff, and taking more and more upon themselves, stretching their working day, taking on more tasks, creating one of the doom loops in which, sad to say, this Chancellor so specialises. And we heard that from so many of my colleagues making contributions this afternoon. The member for my near neighbour for the Isle of Wight East talked about the challenges on the island, the seasonal work in particular, how young people are hurting, but how that's costing all of us in terms of the country. The member for North Dorset talked about how this government is awash with policies and plans and visions, but words butter no parsnips. They don't provide the jobs that we need, and least of all the employment rights bill as it comes down the line is going to really hurt and disincentivise family businesses with which this sector is replete. The member for Hinckley and Bosworth talked, as did others, about the cumulative effect of measures. No one single axe falling on their heads, tax rises, national insurance increases, higher energy costs, more red tape. It feels, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have to say, I think this is right, and we should listen to small enterprises when they say this. It feels like the government is not on their side. It is no surprise that pub after pub, hostelry after hostelry, is erecting a sign on the door saying no Labour MPs there. And I remember the Minister said he has not seen one of those signs, and I trust that his constituency will take that as a personal challenge to ensure that one such sign is brought to his attention in the near future. The member for Gosport talked about how this government is doing that most terrible of thing of preventing young people getting on the job ladder, getting their first chance of work. And if the government weighs down precisely the sort of businesses that do such a good job at providing those opportunities, that is difficult. My neighbour for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton talked particularly about the tourism economy. And to all of the challenges and headwinds that I've talked about, the Chancellor's choices, we can add the bed tax, which will increase the cost of anybody. It will deter the chance of somebody holidaying here in the UK, enjoying the wonderful vistas of Bognor Regis and Littlehampton or the South Downs, and simply encourage people to go to other countries following the wake of the very many young people that my friend earlier talked about that are leaving this country. Such is the dearth of opportunity that we see. And then we heard from the members for South Northamptonshire talking about the degree to which the hospitality and pub sector is already overtaxed. And then finally, the member for Bridgewater, again, talking about that really important point about how all the burdens fall back on families in family businesses. We're seeing nothing less, I'm afraid to say, than a full frontal attack on seasonal work. And we see that no more so than in the unemployment bill that comes to this House this week. Like King Canute, this government is literally legislating to outlaw seasonality, the rhythms of the tides. If a seaside cafe hires a student to wait on outside tables in the glorious sunshine, Labour want them forced to offer the same hours once the shutters have come down in the autumn.